They're doing a skip.
Everybody needs a substitute to get by. I've been trying to write for days, but it's just blank in my mind. So I'm just sitting on the couch with Hash next to me, trying to remember when this dream replaced therapy. I remember being a kid when Nate was late, and I remember failing math class. Some shit's just fate, but now I got no damn excuse when I'm lying in my bed and there's a small little voice, man. And this is what he said. He said, "Why you always stuck in a haze? You call yourself an artist, haven't touched it for days. You feel a bit cathartic, don't put that on display. Just take the car and park and walk the rest of the way." He said, "Why you always working so much? You're selling off your childhood to make a quick buck. I work my fucking ass off to make you give a fuck. So I don't wanna hear complaining, all I want is enough. Okay, let's get it. Yeah, I'm getting better. I ain't never smoked a cigarette, but waiting for a week to pass like, is it 420 yet? Hands on the sink, but I ain't looking through the mirror yet. When I was a kid, I thought by now I'd have my life set, but man, I don't. I'm stumbling in through the front door. Green in my pocket, me trying to get my profits up. Breeze going good, and this weed is immaculate. I could get a buzz off a nickel and some pocket lint. Group of dudes in the living room rocking it with our rocks and shit, sparking up with a Nintendo Switch. More testing my testament, been there for the best of it. Never read the Bible, never learned proper etiquette. Started smoking grass, never graduated mass, never learned that fast. Anyways, that's the best of it. Now I'm drinking water more, stop getting stoned, look for class, trying to better myself. Let's see how long it lasts. Why you always stuck in a haze? You call yourself an artist, haven't touched it for days. You feel a bit cathartic, don't put it on display. You take your car and park it, walk the rest of the way. Okay, why you always working so much? You sell your fucking childhood to make a quick buck. I work my fucking ass off to make you give a fuck. So I don't wanna hear complaining, all I want is enough. Okay, let's get it. I've been in the hippo section for like 3 days, listening to Shakira on replay. I talked to God in the Lego section, ask your reverend, put it as 11th Amendment, obey Samuel. I said that's not quite my vibe. I told God we can take it outside, but I can't find the exit. I don't know where I am, and I don't know where my mom is. I don't know what time it is. I hit a blinker, then came in here just to find my fucking demons. Out here scheming on this plot, out here scheming. I'm undefeated when it comes to throwing hands with other high people in the parking lot, yeah. Feeling bored, send a beat, I'ma be on it. Can't afford what I eat, so I down and dash. When I hit a fucking car, I crash, cause I drive a Toyota 01. Fuck around, find it in a ditch when I'm done. Surround sound, yeah, I fucking wish, cause my plug's always holding my funds. You know I make it dad, thankful that I'm not they son. Yeah, I'm looking bummy, but you know I fold my money, and I swear they cop a giggle cause I'm funny. Michigan, I hate the snow, as toxicity goes. I'm not one to leave a honey's nose running. Yeah, I ain't talk much, I don't mean I don't try. Cause when I speak my mind, I'm afraid you'll say bye. But I know you understand me, please stand by me. Don't listen too closely when my feelings go awry. If you ain't gonna listen, turn on the ignition and just drive. If you're gonna be like this, you can mind your own business and not mind mine. Eyes on the road, checking meter, hands on the brake, but I'm just not my ego. It's a self-esteem issue, make me wish like Steelos are the wrong at the function only we know. Dip in the drama, Tostitos, fucking now we in too deep. Held together by the swaying of my feet. The groove keep me moving, but the rest of me is weak. Fuck it, take what I say with a grain of salt. Head is empty till I take a walk. I can never organize my thoughts till I turn the radio down and talk to myself. I need to keep an eye on my health. Need you to keep an eye on myself. I need to recognize I need help. I need to be reminded that I'm just as big as you. That's all I need to do. Listen, turn on the ignition and just drive. If you're gonna be like this, you can mind your own business and not mind mine.
Thank you once again to my brother Samus, S-A-M-I-S, over on... Why is it... Oh, shoot. I think my microphone is not connected to the correct one. I might sound like shit for a second. Hold on. Let me get it connected to the correct microphone. Microphone. I probably sound like
garbage. There we go. It's capturing the mic that's, or whatever, picking up device probably from the actual computer. That probably fixed it. It always does that for some reason. Every time I try to start up a stream now, it's always like detecting the incorrect mic. And I think part of that's probably because I have to unplug this microphone and then use it for when I make videos. So that's probably why it's detecting the new device and I just don't switch it over. Anyways, as I was saying, chat, thank you to my brother, Samus, S-A-M-I-S, over on Spotify. You can go check it out there or over on Bandcamp. You know what? I should have his links pulled up and then just share it into the chat anyway, which is probably what I'm going to do. As I'm saying it, you know what I mean? Post it in chat. There you go. I think that's either to his whole page. I'm pretty sure it's just to his whole page and not to his albums. But the albums are there. And we were listening to a variety of different stuff from his albums. But he helps me so that I don't get immediately copyright claims, which helps for the streams. Because that's the one thing, if these streams ever come down, it's because of copyright. Hello, Metal Man. Hello, everybody. It's a weird time for me to be streaming. That's probably why not a lot of people are jumping in. And it's because I usually stream around 5 o'clock. But the problem is, chat, my sleep schedule has been all fucked. I've been editing like a crazy person trying to get this next video out at least before the end of February. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen, mainly because I'm shifting through hours of footage of reality TV. And it's a lot. And I'm... edit myself to fucking exhaustion. It's not healthy, and I probably should stop. So by March, I think, we'll be good, you know? Hello. It's gonna be a fun stream today, chat. I saw this all happening on Faldi stream, and I'm just like, oh my god, my hyperfixation. Hi, Lorlock. Our hyperfixation's back, Lorlock. Hello. God, honestly, this guy could be a really good topic for like a full-fledged video, and then I would take the previous streams that we've been doing probably into account and watch those, like include the footage from those into the video itself. Although I don't know if I would make it into like a lolcow thing, because people call this guy a lolcow. I don't know if he's gotten there yet. I think it's too new to say. You know what I mean? But anyway, let's jump right into the webcam. Hello. Hey, everybody. Dude, I gotta tell you about what I've been doing in this room. Hi, Lilith. How are you? Guys, I gotta tell you what I've been doing in this room specifically before we begin. I rearranged this room. So if you guys don't know, I have like my own designated office space for doing my work and my streams and recording my videos. And recently we've done a lot with it. One of the entire walls is just my giant green screen that I have. It's the big one that like I use for all my videos, but it's this one that I bought that's like 20 feet long or something like that. I did not check the dimensions on it. I'm just like, I just need a really big green screen. And that's the one that's on that wall over there. I also ended up buying this one, which is like a standard stand that you just clip a green screen on, but I've had this for the smaller one. And look, I can reveal. Oh. But what I ended up doing, chat, I don't know if you guys can see it here. Turn. That over there is where I edit and I sit and watch TV. That's like my whole setup that's in the corner. I want to get like an actual beanbag chair at some point, instead of the kick out. But it's nice. The lazy boy's nice for now. It's just the thing that makes me nervous is that my partner, we got this chair, and I was really excited for the chair. It's one of those kick-out lazy boys that you can lean back, and it feels like you're laying down on it or whatever. The problem is that as soon as we got it, he was like, oh, that's cool, but we should probably look out because my uncle told me this story once that one of his cats was got underneath the footstool of the chair, got caught in the mechanism underneath, and then as soon as he pulled that lever, because there's on Lazy Boys there's a lever that pulls the footstool back in, he pulls it, and then all he hears is a crunch. Bye cat. And I'm just like, don't tell me the story. I have 2 cats and that's gonna make me paranoid. So now, before I even pull the leg back, I have to check underneath the chair before I do anything. It is very cozy, but I want to get a beanbag chair, like one of those 6-foot ones, like in the corner bag here instead of the beanbag chair, or the Lazy Boy that's there, because it doesn't really fit. I would love a nice golf space like that. It is very cozy. It's also really a good space for editing, because what I've been trying to do is I've been trying to set up this room that I am, where I stream and also where I edit and record my videos, as like the office, and then as soon as I step out of this office, I am in my home. There is no more work needed to be done. So, also, chat, I just got, I've had a very interesting week. I had a phone interview today, which went really, really well. They want to pursue forward with me for a job. So the job hunt might be over soon. I might actually have a job that helps me get out of the house, which would be fantastic. And also another source of income, so I'll always be good. But also, I had like an in-person interview in the town over. But if this one works out better, it'll be perfect, because then this job I'll have now is like very close to my house. It's like 5 minutes away. I could just literally walk over there, you know. Lazy bedhead on a lazy boy. The lazy boy head. The lazy boy head. So yeah, no, I think my life's doing pretty good. I mean, you know, it's been a rough job search because of the job market and how it's been. I don't know why I'm fiddling with this, but it was just in my hand and I'm like, I guess it's there now. But no, that saga might finally be over and we might be good. Congrats. Thank you. I'm doing my own job search. Yeah, good luck. It's so fucking awful. My work office is also my editing office. Yeah, what I needed really is that I needed a space where I'm like, I want to use this space more, not just for streams. I wanted to sit here and like be able to edit my stuff and whatever it may be. And then by the time I walk out those doors, I'm done editing for the day. I'm not checking my phone. I'm not using it for that. It's been a weird adjustment because sometimes I'll still go to bed, and considering that I edit on a phone still, I'm learning DaVinci, but it's a learning curve and it's very hard and it's very frustrating, but I'm getting there. Yeah, so because I edit on my phone and I take it everywhere, my work is technically my phone, right? So when I take it with me, I technically don't leave work. It's right there in my hand, you know? So sometimes I will go out to my living room or go to bed and I'm like, I should edit a little more because it's right there in my hand. I might as well. So what I need to do is learn DaVinci, which is a slow process, but I'm getting there. Get DaVinci all set up. Finally learn that. The program is a lot harder than I thought it would be, which is why I'm taking lessons and trying to take that seriously. But as soon as I learn how to edit on here, then it'll be good. And then I can probably not edit on my phone anymore, which would be so nice. Because right now my phone's old, so DaVinci is a pain, but more user-friendly than Adobe. And also free. So that's... and I would never fucking use Adobe ever. It's so annoying. But, like, you know, I have been very much looking forward to having this be the office space where this is, like, my job when I get home. Get a real job. I can, like, I go out for my job and then come home and then it'll be, you know, it'll be great. Chat, I need an opinion on something. And I need an opinion on something. Mostly I just need the opinion from people who... I need to find it first. Hold on a second. Okay, it's this. I need an opinion on something because I am looking for upgrades for my computer. Now, for those of you who are unaware, I stream from a gaming laptop, which I bought off a friend for a good deal. It's a good way to upgrade the laptop because then I can, like, stream here, and then I just, like, expand the display, so I have an actual real display. I've shown it on stream before, but my basic setup is the laptop is the main PC part, and then I have a monitor over here that makes me feel like I'm using a real computer, but in reality it's just me using an extended part of my laptop, right? I saw this advertisement today, and I want to know the opinions of people who actually work with computers, because I don't know jack shit. But I saw these, and I'm like, these look fucking adorable. I would love to have this. Granted, it doesn't match my setup, because my setup is very purple. Like, it's a very pastel purple. But I saw this, and I'm like, oh, I would like to have this. So, I need an opinion from people who actually... Oh, that's not the correct one. Excuse me, why is it sharing that screen? I just switched this over, dude. Anyway, this one. That one, there you go. Okay, so, I'm not sponsored, but I got an advertisement for Ironside. I saw these juice box computers, and I'm like, oh, that's cute, right? I need to know from experts in the chat who are really, really well-versed in computers. Where is the stats? This is the dimensions of it. It'll fit. I've measured it out. But these are the information. I'm looking at the specifications because that's what runs the computer. I don't know what any of this means because I'm dumb. I would like to know if I were to do like the starting price and do a monthly payment on it so I can actually finally own a PC, and I'm fine with doing a monthly payment until I own it. If I do this, is this a good computer? I need to know. People who are experts in the chat, please let me know, because this would be a really good starter pre-built, because I don't know how to build computers, but I know that pre-builts exist on the internet, and I'm interested in just kind of doing it that way. Please let me know if this is if this is doable, because if it's not, then I'll look elsewhere. I'm just curious, because I've gotten a couple of different opinions from other people, but a lot of those opinions come from people who don't build their own computers and they don't know too much about it, so they're like, I guess it looks okay, but like, I would need an expert opinion from people who actually know computer if any of this looks remotely doable. If not, I will move on. It's fine. It's totally fine. See, because I'm looking at this, and this is like 16 gigabyte, and I'm just like, that's not a lot. But then this says 1 terabyte, whatever this means. So I'm like, even if the gigabyte memory storage of the computer is very small, because like my phone holds more than this, I know how to get a 1 terabyte memory processor. So like, I could just replace the memory card that's in there, that's this, and just replace it with a 1 terabyte, because I know how to get one, and I know how to install that part at least. But anything else that involves computers, I'm fucking jack shit. I don't know anything. So I'm just curious, because it's so fucking cute. Look at it. It's a juice box. It would not match my setup, because my setup is pastel purple and not this peachy or this green or whatever. I like this cherry syrup. That's cool. I can convert my whole setup to cherry, so it would be cool. I just like the look at it. But like, I'm looking at the stats here, and I'm just like, I don't know if this is good or not. I have no fucking clue. So I need an opinion from people who who know computers. That's your RAM? Okay, I don't know. Just let me know if these are good stats or not, and I will move on. You guys, this is how not adjusted to fucking computers I am. I've been editing on a phone for so long. That's all. Thank you. I'm just asking questions here from people in the chat who probably know better. That would be incredible. Artemis with the 5. I don't know why my thing is not turned on. Oopsie. Anyways, Artemis with the $5. It looks like you're mostly paying for the design. 16 gigabytes of RAM is decent. The main thing is going to be the graphics card. Okay, got it. The processor's a little slow. Okay, cool. RAM prices are absurd right now. Well, that's why I'm thinking of getting a pre-built, because then it'll be all there. You know what I mean? You want to stream and edit on it? I do, yes. A bit overpriced, but I've seen worse. Okay. I was just curious, because I am looking to upgrade and like do a monthly plan on like a PC, but I'm wondering like what's the way to go? Is to do a pre-built or like try to build one myself? But the thing is, I don't know anything about computers. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking the opinions of people that know better. Because I'm stupid and I don't know. And I just liked how it looked. It looked cute, okay? I'm a sucker for cute things, and that's why I wanted to ask. But thank you for the opinions anyway. I appreciate it. Oh, goodness gracious. Let me see if I'm still connected, because it said it slightly disconnected chat for a second. There we go. There we go. I mean, even if it is like a Ask AI, processor speed and GPU will be what you want power in, as well as a healthy RAM. Okay. Metalman, I'll have to hit you up then, because I don't know. I don't know anything about computers. People, help me. I want to edit on a computer. I want to be able to edit and stream and play video game. I'm not asking. I want to be able to do those things on here. But the thing is, I don't know anything. That's, you know how incredible that is to be a YouTuber and be like, my job is on the internet. What do you know? Oh, really? What's your computer setup like? What's a computer? My computer setup. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Come on, that's hilarious. That's funny. Anyway, but I'm looking into it. I know that the fucking prices to like get any computer parts and build it yourself are absurd right now, which is why I'm looking at pre-builts, because I think it might be, you know. Yeah, I will. Thank you, Venom. I'm just curious. Cool. So, chat. That's enough of the small talk. We always have to have a little bit of a small talk, just you and me, you know, before we start the stream. Small talk. That was some good small talk, chat. Thank you. Oh, goodness gracious. You know what I've been really into lately? I've been getting back into watching Distractable, which is the podcast that Markiplier does, with his friends, and it's been really funny. But, and also, random thing, I guess, that I'm bringing up, I was watching Markiplier play the Poppy Playtime, the new chapter just came out, and seeing his crash out validated so much of how I've been feeling about the series, and how much, like, the whole video series and my conclusions on it, I felt at the time when I said them were like, I hope this isn't too unpopular. And then one of the biggest fucking gaming YouTubers literally felt the way that I've been feeling about the series for a long time in that long run. I'm just like, I feel validated now, because everything he's saying is exactly how I've been feeling for the whole entire time. And that's amazing. You could get one with the best quality and decorate it yourself. Yeah, I guess I could. And I could make it match the pastel purple that I got going on. Alright, so 64 gigs is standard in 2025. Got it. 16 gigs. That's what I thought. See, the thing is, it's like the small gigabyte on it wouldn't have been so bad if I could replace it with something that's like higher. Like, the idea was I get the pre-built as is, work with it as it comes, and then like upgrade the parts in it myself to like get better, like, and that's how I would do it. But like, because the idea process I had in my head was, if I got it pre-built, I can work with it as is, and then where I see it needs upgrades, I'll buy that part that's like the better option, and then replace it on my own. Because I know a little bit about replacing parts, because I've helped my partner do it on his computer, so I know a little bit of that part, but I don't know really much anything else about like what's the best like run processors, what's the best whatever. I just know how to like replace things, and like how to like buy things that are, you know, where to get them, really. I don't know much about the actual processing powers. I just know how to replace it, and I know where to get it. So, that's it. That's why I wanted an opinion. But thank you. Public opinion. Not 2000. Did I say 2005? Lol, I just went back 20 years. God, I wish we could go back to 2005. What was happening in 2005? Hopefully nothing bad. Nothing that's going to regret me saying that. Anyways, chat. I'm sorry. I'm going off on tangents, and we... Artemis, thank you for the 10. Good lord. Thank you. It would probably run better that your older gaming... run better than your older gaming laptop. That's true, yes. My older gaming laptop, the battery is such shit. I cannot leave it off the charger for more than an hour. I work at Best Buy, and some of the deals are decent. 18 months interest fee. Okay. Cool. I'm glad I'm getting my opinions from the court of public opinion. I'm a little too Minnesotan to avoid the small talk. I was being born in 2005. I'm gonna find your mom, Plush Garage. I'm gonna go back in time to 2005, find your mom, and go, Plush! Yeah! That's what I'm doing in 2005. Best to buy it up front. It would be cheapest long run. Maybe. I don't know. Look, I'm looking forward to it because if I like get this new job, because I was talking about finally scoring something, right? And it's a good job that pays consistently, I'll be able to save up for a PC much easier that way instead of getting paid twice a month like I normally do on the internet. So that'd be awesome. Anyway, I'm glad that we did enough small talk to have people come in finally. That was taking a bit because this is a weird time for me to be streaming. Usually I stream around 5 o'clock when everyone's gone to work, but my sleep schedule has been so fucked. I've been editing this new video, which if you guys want, you know what? Here, 1 second. 1 second. I was gonna say you guys can check out the previews. If you guys are on the Patreon, you can check out the previews, but you know what? I'm just gonna show you what I've been working on instead. If it'll play. Okay, I need a codec, actually. I need to go... Ow! That hurt my ears. I need to go to this. And I need to get this up. Usually I don't do this. Usually I preserve this for people that are on Patreon. But because I'm feeling generous, we're going to do something a little cool today, chat. Today, I'm going to show you what I've been working on. Now, this is poor quality for a moment, but it'll fix itself. This is fully available right now on my Patreon. If you guys are part of the Patreon, yay, good for you. You're part of giving me money and making sure I can eat. Thank you. But if you're on the Patreon right now, whether it's for $1 or $5, this should be accessible to you. I want to show you what I've been editing because this is probably one of my favorite edits that I've made for any video ever. And I say that about every single video I do, but this one in particular, I wanted to show you. I want this to get done by the end of February, but I don't think that's going to happen based on how long it's taking me right now. But fortunately, I could show you what I've been working on. So, if you are on the Patreon, you can watch this. And there's another preview that's like 20 minutes long that I'm not going to show for stream. But I'm going to show this because it's only about 5 minutes. Why is that not? Okay, there we go. I almost played it without the song for a second. It's okay. It's just my intro as you guys normally say. There we go.
Sorry, man, we just want fun. Off the walls, got the gall acting like the funny. Hit the floor, out the door, shoot till it's over. Small town, big plans, welcome to October.
We could do that? You ain't shit.
They are here for the love of one man and one man only.
Dating television, a genre of reality TV that played on the hearts of viewers and the stars, popularized by hits like The Bachelor, and The Bachelorette, and The Golden Bachelor, and The Golden Bachelorette, and Bachelors in Paradise. In the early It's so crazy to see it on my, not on my phone, but on here on the screen, because it looks so good. I'm so good at my job. I'm so good. Isn't this so much fun? We get to see a preview of my work before, it's so cool. Let me just get rid of that real quick, because it's kind of covering up the chat. Let's continue. Thousands before AI role-playing boyfriends would ruin romance and human connection as we know it, producers for networks like TLC, ABC, VH1, that one especially, found an interesting entertainment formula. Get a random person, better if it's a washed-up celebrity, rent out a fancy mansion, grab 20 or more random people from the streets, and film this harem fucking fight to be the last one standing for the affection of the main honcho. Manufacture some drama, make sure everyone on set is drunk the mass majority of the time, and choose favorites based on who is the most bitchy and annoying. And you have a guaranteed 30+ seasons. What? Dating shows are funny because, like, okay, I can sort of understand, like, using a dating app. I don't use them myself, like, I have no need. But I remember when dating apps or, like, dating websites were seen as cringe when everyone used to shit on them because meeting online strangers and falling in love, that doesn't happen, that's weird. But everyone is connected now more than ever to random strangers, and communication has never been easier. So hooking up with your future husband or wife online is pretty normal now. It doesn't feel so pathetic to admit that you met on a dating app. Now that the negative press surrounding social media, that mostly coming from boomers who are all like, that's so stupid, why don't people just talk to each other and get off of their cell phones? Well, now your grandma is on Facebook calling herself a sexy silver fox looking for young meat to pounce on. So, war is over, I guess. But during that time period where social media dating was seen as a negative, what became a very popular form of entertainment was watching people get together on dating reality shows. And maybe it's just me, but I think this format is way more insane than just meeting someone on Hinge. Like, I can't think of a more unhinged way of meeting your future spouse than through this format. Live, publicly, and filmed for millions of people to watch you either win it all or get dumped and have that meltdown be filmed for national television. The crazier part is that there are some stars that do legitimately stay together and get engaged for real and are still kicking it to this very day. But just because it's an effective dating strategy for some, that doesn't bode well for the mass majority of the time. Alice Zhao from HuffPost actually decided to test the success rate of The Bachelor and The Bachelorette in 2017 and found that in the 18 seasons that The Bachelor had from 2002 to 2014, 2/3 of the finales would end in proposals, but only 2 would result in legally bonded lasting marriages, whereas The Bachelorette only had 3. Overall, it's statistically way more likely that these relationships do not last, and it's like, well, no shit. I mean, I guess if they do last, that is the funniest story to tell people. Oh yeah, I met my wife on a reality dating show. You can actually watch our season on Netflix. That's a fun story, but like, I just can't imagine starting off your relationship with a person who, prior to agreeing to tie the knot with you, was making out and dating 20 plus people alongside you to consider, and you have to battle to the death, well, not literally, to earn yourself a partner. Watching what would be my future husband kiss up to 30 bitches before considering me, and having that televised for the world to see, I would do something illegal. I won't say what it is, but I'm sure you could use context clues. Now, while 30 plus seasons of The Bachelor could be a whole ass video in and of itself, I think after season like 5, you get the format. I mean, melodrama with 30 plus women and 1 man for 10 episodes. Count me out. No, instead, I want to watch the weird ones. The shows that feel like social experiments. Today's lineup of dating shows had at most 3 seasons before being pulled, usually centered around an obscure celebrity, or had a gimmick so problematic or insane, it's like, you could not get away with some of this shit today. And I get that saying that is kind of like gay and cringe. Society's so sensitive, you can't get away with anything anymore, but like, dead ass, I have no idea how half of this got greenlit. For today's lineup of reality dating cringe, I bring to you 5 reality dating shows that are just so bizarre and I want to talk about them. You know, for the month of love, for February, it's only fair. We got For the Love of Ray J, Rock of Love, The Flavor of Love, I Want to Marry Harry, and There's Something About Miriam. Make sure to like, comment, and share the video. Support me over on Patreon. And without further ado, let's engage in some cringe. Anyway, so that's the preview that's over on Patreon right now. I'm so proud of it. It looks so good. The only issue I have is that it feels like maybe it's something with my headphones, because when I was listening to the video without my headphones, it was fine, but it feels like the sound is delayed with the actual visual. I don't know why that is on my headphones, because when I watch it without it, it's fine. I don't know. I think my headphones might be delayed a little bit. But if you guys want to check out the For the Love of Ray J full review that's already available on Patreon, what I basically do at this point on my Patreon is that as soon as I'm done editing a segment, I release it on Patreon for you guys to get an early access viewing. And that's all available on Patreon. I still have to catch up on Voidling stuff, like making sure everybody gets their little drawn characters, and I want to get that done by at least April. But that would require me sitting down and actually cranking those out. And I still am, it's just taking so long. Because what I'm doing that's taking so long is that I'm doing everybody who's still supporting me on Patreon, everyone who's still a Patreon, but I'm also doing void links for everybody who used to support me in the past so that everyone is updated, and that's about like 100+ people that I have to draw little void links of, and it's taking me forever. It's annoying, and I'm sorry. But we're gonna get those done at least by April, would be the set where I'm gonna actually aim for to have that finally be all done, and it'll finally be out of my hair. But you know, it looks good. Thank you. No, I'm very happy with it. It's very cool to show people. I've been showing people like, look at my edit. Doesn't it look good? Anyway, but we're gonna get to all of that very soon. Today we have a totally different stream. We got way off track. I have been live now for however long I've been live for. Time. How much time? 40 minutes, and we are not to the subject of the stream. Get on with it. Yes, get on with it. So, hi, Koofy. Long time no see. Where have you been? Long time no see. Anyway, so since you're here at a perfect time, let's get to the actual subject of the stream, because I've been delaying it by general chatter. Are we getting copyright struck tonight? Not tonight. And I'm trying to figure out a way to avoid it for the coming streams that we might do tomorrow, because I have rescheduled the Rock of Love stream finally to tomorrow, so you guys will see me tomorrow and we'll have that all set up. Hey Lazy, have you ever been playing any cool Next Fest demos? I don't know what that is, so no. But we're gonna get to the subject of today's stream. Thank you for letting me indulge me with all the little hyperfixations that have been through my head these last couple of days. Showing you my new room, showing me you guys the next video, talking about PCs. Good small talk, chat. Good small talk. Make sure to like, comment, share the stream. Also, we have a bubble goal. Thank you to Artemis for donating the last couple of donos. It's very well appreciated. If we hit our 10 donations for the bubble goal, you guys know it, I get to shoot you with bubbles. Look at it. It's begging, chat. It's begging. It's begging, chat. So, without further ado, let's talk about today's subject of interest. So, we've talked about this subject before in a previous stream that was pretty fun. And it was really fun to have all of you there to talk about it. Lorlock was there. Lorlock, you want to come on for this one? You don't have to. I'm just asking because Anyway, but this has been currently the hyperfixation between myself and Lorlock for a bit, but it's also been the current hyperfixation between like a lot of me and Falgi, a lot of my friends. I love talking about this person, not because I hate them or anything like that. I just find them as a general person on the internet kind of fascinating, right? I can't have my work. Shit! Oh, that sucks. Oh well, I get to show you the updated information, the updated story that's going on right now, Lorlock. It'll be funny. Maha, what are you sending me right now? They're sending me a bunch of Nova stuff. Oh my god. Mahai, we do need to do the fucking we gotta do the fucking Nova online stream. It has to happen at least by March. Oh goodness. But that's not what we're talking about today. We're not talking about Nova Online. Although he does need an update because things have been getting really interesting with him. But today's not that day for that lolcow. Today is a different lolcow entirely. So the last time, previously on Lazy Ball Z, we were talking about a certain individual by the name of Stale 2000. Stale 2000, if you guys don't know, is a ex-Reddit moderator, I should say, that used to be one of the head mods for r/livestream fails. He got kicked off because he promoted a scam called The $1 Million Fan, which was advertised to be a Netflix original reality show that involved some vague stuff about the internet and live streaming. And he thought that was the perfect fit for live stream fails, and so tried to advertise it via, the live streams fail subreddit as like a form of collaboration. Turned out the whole thing wasn't real. It was a scam, and he got kicked off, and that resulted in a very funny video where he directly calls out the CEO of Reddit. Did you hear about the return of Earl Doobie? I did. I certainly did. I'm not, you know what? Hold on. Let me get this image for a second. Let me pull this up real quick. I'm gonna pull this up real quickly because people who know will know, okay? I was joking about with Falgi, the return of Mr. Earl Doobie, and real quickly, because I'm annoying, I created this image. If you guys know, so there you go. So there you go. That's all I will say about the return of Earl Doobie. There it is. That's the only thing I needed to comment on. Anyway, returning back to the subject at hand. Although that is fucking hilarious and really funny. Okay, so we're returning to an oldie but a goodie here, chat. I just closed all my tabs. I'm so fucking stupid. Why? No! Fuck! I'm so mad. Whatever. Alright. The previous stream that we did on Stale was talking about specifically the call-out, Lorlac with the 199. Thank you. I gotta, hold on, pull the stream back up in order to read that. Give me a second. Hold on. Yay. Thank you. Loading. There you go. Lorlac with the 199. They're just cartoons. Also bubble time. Well, not yet. Not yet. We're close. Guys. It's calling out to you. It's calling out to you. You want it? Huh? No? Huh? Y'all know what to do if you guys want that so badly. So. Oh god, why are they all coming back? I don't know why they come out of the woodwork. It's the new year, New year, new lolcows. That's kind of the vibe that we're going for right now. But the last time that we talked about Stale, we were specifically reacting to his videos that called out both Moist Critical, after Moist Critical Charlie made a video in response to his call out video to the CEO of Reddit. Basically he was saying that Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities, and he kind of said that as a joke, but like unironically kind of thing. But his main point was that they should be treated with a lot more reputational respect and notoriety in comparison to, like, say, a YouTube celebrity. And of course that got laughed at because, as we all know, being a Reddit moderator is a janitor job. It's very much, you work for free, you don't really get paid, you kind of just manage communities without much compensation, and now he's demanding that they get the same amount of respect as, say, a YouTuber with a lot of influence and subscribers, or, say, a classic celebrity, which is ridiculous and hilarious. I plan to watch a couple of his videos, or his newer videos today, talking about the 4 layers of irony and asking the question if he's serious or not. Because after watching his LSF video calling out the CEO and also his response to Charlie, it was very hard the last stream to kind of decipher whether or not he was being serious or not. I think he's fully being serious. I don't think this is like a joke, but he's going to argue that in a way it's like a post-irony thing. Now, I want to kind of explore what irony is, because over the course of, Leafy is here and, like, years of people using irony as an excuse for some of their terrible behavior to actually explore what irony truly is and what it means, because in this video, I don't believe he's using it correctly. Now, before we get into any of this, reacting to any of his content, I would like to say, first and foremost, I don't hate Stale at all. I don't feel one way or the other. I find him very funny. For me, it's more just like, it's funny that this guy thinks this way. And I want to understand, why do you think this way? I am not inciting the stream for any form of harassment to go, like, make fun of the guy or anything. He's a goofy-looking dude, but I'm also a goofy-looking woman on the internet, so I can't really say shit. What I want to address is not his mannerisms or how he looks or anything but other than what he says and what he puts out there on the internet. That's really my top priority. It's not about, you know, insult throwing, because he has been getting a lot of insults for how he looks. I'm not really about that. I mean, sometimes I will be like, you know, make a little jab here and there, but it's all for the purposes of trying to understand this new character on the internet that I've become very interested in, because I find him to be quite funny. And it's all in harmless fun. But with that being said, I do have to say, for the sake of brevity, that this stream is not meant to form any sort of harassment. Do not seek out Slade and harass him. Do not leave any insulting negative comments. Do not, you know, send a hate campaign, a mass hate campaign to make fun of him. That's not what we're about, and that's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is trying to decipher what this character on the internet is about, why he's become kind of fascinating for a lot of people, and his views on and all that. Another thing I want to kind of explore and try to figure out is if he's reached lolcowdom. Because you guys know that my standards of what makes a lolcow are pretty high. I have a list, not a tier list, but a list of qualifications that all lolcows I see have, like, common characteristics. And usually if a lolcow is missing one of those characteristics, I'm like, it's not a lolcow then. You usually, for me, have to hit all 5 in order for me to call you a lolcow, right? And so, I know Falgi calls him a lolcow. I am not in that position yet, and mainly it's because I don't think he meets all of the qualifications. Although he does exhibit some to an extreme degree that you might think that considers, like, an override of the other two. Like, he might not have this qualification, but he overrides so much in this one qualification that you don't even need the other one. He just is so radiant in this one that you might not even need to consider the others. But my standards are pretty high because I think the word lolcow is heavily overused. Anyone just gets called a lolcow for any particular reason, and we don't use it properly, so that's why my autistic scientific reasoning of exploring lolcowdom is done the way it is, because I want to use the term properly. I don't want to overuse it, and also because I find the subject so fascinating that I boil it down to a science like a fucking like a fucking spurt. So we're going to watch a couple of his videos, specifically the one about irony, and then we're also going to be talking about a video he made about mass reporting. This video that he made is in response to some drama that's been happening in the bro sphere of commentary. I don't know anything about it. Don't try to inform me on it. I don't really care. I just want to listen to his arguments on mass reporting and why he's in favor of it. And then, as I'm seeing in my recommendations, I also saw that Smokey McSee also just made a follow-up video in regards to this person, and I would like to watch that with all of you. So, we're gonna get started by looking into the real definition of irony. We're gonna get into the research of this. And also, these streams could very well become, like, a lot of my streams on this channel become research streams for potential videos in the future. So let me know if you guys want us to have, like, a full-fledged, like, video essay exploring Stale in particular, because I'm so fascinated by this guy. Merely as, like, when I look upon him on a distance and I, like, see his videos and I listen to what he says, I'm like, he says things in such a strange way that I just find it so interesting. Also, chat, if you want to give your opinions on whether you think Stale is a lolcow or not, let me know, because he seems to think he is, but to a self-aware degree, which I find really weird. But let's talk about irony. Yay! Irony, chat. I love irony. Okay. So, let's talk about irony. Irony is the expression of one's meaning by using language that normally specifies the opposite, typically for humorous or emphatic effect. Don't go or overboard with gratitude, he rejoined with heavy irony. So, what it basically means is that sometimes when somebody is acting the opposite of, like, how they normally would, it's usually used for a comedic effect to express kind of the ironic parts of it, right? So, let's see. I know I'm using Wikipedia as funny, but irony is both, like, in terms of, like, a comedy stance, but it's also, like, kind of like a philosophical way of looking at the world. It's like, oh, you view everything in, like, a complete opposite way as a way to spout juxtaposition kind of thing. Irony is a juxtaposition of what, on the surface, appears to be a case and what is actually or expected to be the case. Originally a rhetorical device and literary technique, irony has also come to assume a metaphysical significance with implications for one's attitude towards life. The concept originated in ancient Greece, where it's described as a dramatic character who pretends to be less intelligent than actually was in order to outwit boastful opponents. Over time, irony evolved into denoting a form of deception to more liberally describing the deliberate use of language to mean the opposite of what you say for the rhetorical effect intended to be recognized by the audience. Due to the double-sided nature, irony is a powerful tool for social bonding amongst those who share an understanding. For the same reason, it is also a source of division, sorting people into insiders and outsiders depending on whether they are able to see the irony. See the irony, get it? Not gonna lie, being a lolcow sounds horrifying. I mean, there are certain people that actually have been able to come out of lolcowdom. Like, their reputation does start off as lolcow, but they were able to actually work their way up from being a lolcow. You know what I mean? So it's not like it's a forever thing. You know what I mean? So, from what I've come to understand it, right? Oh, there's a ironic redirects here for uses of irony disembed. Okay. It seems to be saying something that is the opposite as a form of pointing out like the comparisons to what is kind of thing. So what would be a good example? Because I can't think of something off the top of my head. I could probably look for a video of it. Well, here's this one. I guess we can watch this for a second. Because I can't think of a form of like an ironic thing at the top of my head, so maybe this one will have a good example. Please don't copyright me, whatever this is. If this channel will allow me to react to this real quick.
As we transition from childhood into adulthood, we begin to realize that things, people, and events
okay, do you have example?
Irony occurs whenever a character tells us something that differs from what they mean, what they intend, or what the situation requires. Many popular internet memes capitalize on this difference.
He said it! He said meme!
Edgar Allan
That's a good... Hold on, wait.
capitalized on this difference, as in this
Hold on.
example.
Oh, Schmorky K. You know what's funny, actually? I saw this at my local grocery store the other day. It was a calendar of this dog, but like for the many months of it, and throughout the many months, it's like themed for each month of like a different form of them going through something horrible. It was actually really cute, but as I saw it, I'm just like, oh god, Schmorky K, it's happening. Oh, X Eons is in the chat. They're actually the artists who created the Reddler, the artwork. If you see them in the chat, say hi and also support them on Ko-fi, please. He said the thing. But this would be a good use of irony. Everything's on fire, but they're just like, this is fine. It's basically saying the opposite of what is true for the sake of dramatic, in this case, humorous effect. But you can see why in this case it's kind of ironic that he would be saying this is fine when it is clearly not, right? So the idea of it is saying something that is objectively, that is like the opposite of what is actually happening around you for the sake of just kind of, you know, doing it as a juxtaposition to the reality that you exist in. And sometimes that's used for the sake of like a commentary on something, or in this case, like a kind of humorous way. And a lot of the reason why people got confused on the definition of irony was because most infamously, I think Leafy is here used it as a form of defense whenever he would make fun of somebody, whether that's their appearance or just like slighting them in a certain way. He'd be like, guys, I'm just being ironic. And it became this thing where even I think I think Filthy Frank even had a joke about this in one of his songs where he's just like, oh, I'm not being an asshole, I'm just being ironic, guys. It was in one of his songs and it was like really funny. He was just like, guys, I'm just being ironic, guys. And it kind of became the defense of the internet whenever someone just says something edgy or like something that they won't initially mean, and somebody calls them out, be like, hey, that was fucked up. They'll be, guys, don't get too, offended. I was just saying it for the sake of irony. I was just saying it to be in a juxtaposition to what I actually think. And I think it's a good defense if you're being an asshole, right? It's like, I'm going to say something as an asshole, something I, would actually mean because I am such an asshole, but I'm going to pretend like I didn't mean it as a form of irony, and it's a great defense for people, because then anyone who's just like, you're being an asshole right now, what you're doing is like really rude, you could be like, oh, but I'm not actually being rude because I'm not intentionally rude, because I'm just saying it as a form of irony. What I actually think is actually really nice, but I'm using irony and I'm using that to be as an opportunity to be an asshole, despite the fact that I'm actually not, for real. And that's why it's kind of gotten warped over the years, right? This idea that, because you say something that is opposite to what is socially acceptable, like being an asshole, when it's more socially acceptable to not be an asshole, but you're using irony as the defense to do the opposite in a juxtaposition for either hilarious comedic effect or to say something in juxtaposition for the sake of pointing out the irony in things, or being contrarian mostly. And so in Stale's example of his video that we're going to be watching, he's going to explain how he's like kind of post-ironic, which I kind of want to understand what that is before we watch his video. My nose is all messed up. Hold on. Why did I fucking sneeze? Thank you. Oh, that type of irony is just sarcasm, but sarcasm just sounds mean. I think there's a difference between being sarcastic and being ironic, and like saying something in irony, though. I think sarcasm comes with like having a sense of like an attitude. You know what I mean? Like you're saying something like, oh yeah, sure, I'll totally do that. Like you're saying something like you are going to do something, you're agreeing to it, but you're giving it an attitude. Either that's because, you're trying to be whatever. You're trying to be contrarian or whatever that may be. I think sarcasm is kind of... what's interesting is that when my brother was growing up, me and my brother Shane, we grew up very close, but he was diagnosed with Asperger's at the age of like, I think 2. And one of the things that they encouraged really early on in his childhood development is to teach him what sarcasm was. And that is so that in social situations, when someone says something to them, but he doesn't actually mean it, he could detect sarcasm easier that way, because in regular social situations where someone's being sarcastic and someone who's on the spectrum can't identify that because of, social cues not being totally understood. So they taught him at a very, very early age what sarcasm and also what hyperbole is, and like figures of speech. It's like if it's raining cats and dogs, that doesn't actually literally mean that. It's just a figure of speech, an expression of something, and a hyperbolous expression of something. And teaching that early on to him has made him a very sarcastic asshole. Saying I'm being ironic or whatever reminds me of the sibling cliche of I'm not touching you and can't get mad. No, yeah, that actually is a good way of actually... That is actually a good way of putting it. Irony is kind of used as I'm saying the asshole thing right now, but I'm not actually doing it. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you right now. I'm like right in front of your face, but I'm not touching you. That's actually a perfect way of putting that. So, let's talk about what post-ironic is. Post-irony is a cultural state where the line between sincere earnestness and ironic detachment are deliberately blurred, making it unclear if a statement or action is a seriousness or a joke. serious or a joke. It often involves adopting a formally ironic stance with total sincere commitment, moving past cynical irony to create a new, often absurd form of sincerity. Now, Stale kind of describes itself as post-ironic, and I don't kind of disagree, because the way that he says things and the way that he talks is speaking with a form of actual sincerity, like he does actually mean it, but the subject that he's talking about and the subject of the conversation he's having with the internet, that being Reddit moderation needs to be treated like celebritydom, or that Reddit is like one of the biggest, most important, most culturally relevant platforms in the world. Like, he says that and he does mean it, but because in the context of the conversation he's having, it's fucking Reddit, it sounds ridiculous, right? Like, the subject matter of which is Reddit moderation and all that, is like such an unserious conversation, but the way he talks makes it sound like it's like one of the most impedant things in the world. And that's why I find him so fascinating, because it's like, this is like the equivalent of, will be a good example, a very non-serious conversation I could have with my chat right now is what's a non-serious thing? Make something up. Oh, you know, a very non-serious conversation that we could be having right now is how my body does not regulate heat down to the bottom half of my body most of the time. So my feet are always super cold, and I have to wear these little socks, and I have to wear them all the time, because otherwise it feels like my toes are freezing off. Even though I'm in the warmest house in the world, I could be in a house that's 80 degrees, my feet will always just be perpetually cold for whatever fucking reason. That could be a sign of an illness that I'm never gonna get checked out. But imagine if we had that unserious conversation that you guys didn't need to know about. That's too much TMI. That is a ridiculous thing to bring up in conversation. Why the fuck did you bring that up? I just sat down, right? Totally unserious thing. But imagine if I had that conversation with you with the same diplomacy and attitude as a politician, right? Well, you see, my fellow Americans, we have a situation that affects all of us on a grand scale. My feet are cold. It is that. Diabetic? I hope not. I don't actually have a history of diabetes in my family. Although, I am also a fat bitch. So you know, maybe. Dropping soap. Sure, imagine if we're having a conversation about, like, so not serious. I dropped the soap. I came into my house. I was carrying my groceries, and then I slipped, and then my bag full of my shower necessities, like soaps and body scrubs, fell off all over the floor. But I do it like this. My fellow Americans, we are dealing with an economic crisis. We are dealing with a serious issue that affects millions of hard-working Americans. The fact that it'd be slippery out here and we'd be dropping some soap. You know, it's like that. Taking something that is, like, not even remotely an issue. It's just, like, the most casual, stalest fucking conversation you have, but you present it like it is that goddamn serious. Like, it is that much of a fucking issue. That's kind of where he's at, right? And in a way, you could describe that very much as post-ironic, right? Because it's like, oh, there's no way he's meaning all of this in earnest based on the subject matter, right? He's talking about how his position as a Reddit mod was so important, right, that it earned celebrity status. When you hear that coming from anybody else, you're like, you're kidding, right? You're kidding. That's so stupid. That's ridiculous. What the fuck are you talking about? And he says it with such earnesty that you're like, you're kidding, right? And then, of course, because he's using irony as a defense for, you know, him being called a lolcow, he's just like, oh, no, I'm just being ironic. I say that, but I'm just saying it ironically. I'm just being ironic. It's a defense mechanism for him sincerely thinking that, like, that was a good take, basically. My fellow Americans, I acquired chalky milk. I have heard politicians who are on the verge of speaking like this. Oh, good lord. So, Let's me grab the 2 videos because I ended up closing all my tabs on accident because I'm smart and I am great at content creation. As you all know, I'm a great streamer and I never make any mistakes. Ever. I am so good at this streaming thing. I never mute myself at all. I am just so good at my job. So awesome. Okay. Let's get back to this. Get to that.
Ever. I am
Nope.
so good
No.
at this.
Shut up. Shut up, me. Shut up. Alright. So, let's get to his channel. So, what's interesting is since this video, a message to the CEO of Reddit, this very infamous thing that we have already watched, he's gotten 250k views. Then he replied to Moist Critical, that got 70k. And then ever since then, because he's a much smaller channel, nothing has really hit besides maybe this one, which has gotten 13k. But even his latest one, which we'll talk about in a little bit, the mass reporting one, still is not hitting the view. Like, it's crazy that he went from making the funniest video of the month to now going back to, like, the normal numbers as per usual. And I think the main reason why for this is because people saw that video, the LSF call out, and was like, this is a funny meme, thinking that this guy was, like, kinda a joke, like he was just like, this is such a funny character, but then they realized he was serious and then didn't really want to give him the attention. Lazy never closes her tabs or mutes. Thank you, Lorlock. Exactly. He knows what's up. He knows I'm like the greatest fucking streamer in all mankind. I asked Congress to release the Twitch and Reddit file. What the fuck? Do we watch? I'm curious on what these are. I know the plan was to watch these 2, but also, in the wake of the Epstein files, we need the Twitch files, apparently. The fuck? Okay, sure. Sure. Friday can't get here soon enough. Good lord, yeah, I know. I know. So, let's get into Am I Serious? The 4 layers of irony, and we'll see where his opinion is on that. I'm so excited. This man is hilarious, and I adore the tenacity and the audacity. Alright, let's do, like, here. Alright. Are we ready, chat? Everything is set up. Let us see if this man has reached post-irony, like he claims.
Am I serious? Well, yes and no. I like to say that I'm post-ironic, or on layer 2 of the irony scale. That means I try to talk about serious things by going way over the top with it. I say things that have a comedic punchline. I say things that sound like a joke, but when you think deeper about it, have a bit of a kernel of truth to it. I act...
That's not what irony means. We're already off to a bad start. We're already on. He's describing what post-irony is and what being ironic is, and it's already wrong. It's already wrong. It's already not correct. That's not, if we looked at the definitions of irony that we explored briefly, it is somebody saying something in juxtaposition to comedic effect. Now, granted, he's saying when I say something, it has a layer of comedy to it, but he's saying that in the definition of being post-ironic. That's wrong. That's wrong. Post-ironic means that you are blurring the line between seriousness and not being serious, right? And that is for comedic effect, and you could say that that is for the sake of comedic effect, and sure, that's true, but that doesn't necessarily define irony. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't even get the definition. Well, nobody does. It's not really his fault. What is layer 2 of the irony scale? Brother, I don't know. You know what? Maybe this guy is like me, aside from the fact that our face shape is kind of the same. Don't say anything about that, chat. I mean, bro. I just don't have my nose is surprisingly really small. And I realized this. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I know that hold on. Wait. I'll be back. Wait, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so, you want to know how I know my nose is really small? Other than looking at myself in a mirror. I made this. Okay, I'll explain. I'm sorry, this is so off topic for what we're doing, but I have to explain why I made this. This is a plaster mold of my own face. What I did, if you were following me on my social medias, which you should follow me on Instagram if you're not, what are you doing if you're not? You would see that I wrapped myself in plaster bandages, which all you do is dip them in water, you spread them, and then you put it on your face, and it adheres to the perfect mold of your face, and then I took the mold off, and I used that to create this, right? It's really cool. But you want to know how I knew my nose was really small? Look at how far that sticks out. This is a perfect mold of my face, a perfect replica in plaster. Not perfect, it's got, like, dents in it, but, like, look how small this is. It's not even as big as my fucking thumbs. It's crazy. And obviously, I would know that from looking at myself in a mirror. But actually being able to hold your face and feel it, and, like, feel all of my actual facial features on, like, a different surface, made me realize that, like, my face is small as shit in comparison to my big-ass fucking head. Like... Anyways, so I made this because the werewolf video I did a special effects look, and I want to do more of that for my videos. And I have an idea for something I can do for March, but I need to sculpt it on here, and then create a mold of the sculpt, and then mold that out into latex before I do anything, because I want to do things more professionally. Was this episode directed by David Lynch? Yeah, hold on. We'll watch the entire stream now like this. My new mask. This was actually also surprisingly easy to do, because I've seen special effects makeup artists have a render or a plaster mold of their own face, and I'm like, oh, that looks so hard. And then I looked it up, and I'm like, oh, I could do that. Lol, my nose is smaller than my thumb is great. Well, it's also good as an artist to see proportionally, like, what my face looks like, and, like, in proportion to some of my body parts. I'm just like, that's how big my hands are in comparison to my eye holes. It's crazy. Sorry, my brain Resident Evil pilled right now. Oh, dude, the new game's out. I forgot about that. That's probably why nobody's here. No, I'm kidding. He looks like he'd melt if you left him in direct sunlight for too long. Jesus Christ, dude. Dude, stop. Also, he's cheating by using a face filter. Is that what he's doing? Yeah, he does look very glossy. That might explain it. I just joined it. What did I walk in on? I'm holding my own face. Look at it. Anyways, I made this because I'm going to do more special effects makeup stuff for my videos. And I already have a video in mind in which I could do it. But again, I'm going to have to put this to use. Okay, that's true, but also it is really funny. It is funny. No, don't get me wrong. It is funny for me, like, wow, my nose is small. Because I get to hold my face in my hands and realize how small my facial features are in comparison to my big-ass fucking head. Anyway. But I wanted to show you guys this because it's done and it looks really cool. Look at how cool that is. When I die, put this on my grave and then people will know what I looked like. Sort of. Also, chat, remember, we have goals. We're halfway there before I get to shoot you in the face with bubbles. So, donate. Let's go back to the stream. Anyway.
Ridiculous because the truth is ridiculous, and acting ridiculous is the only way to get you to take it seriously. A refresher on what just happened, though. I made a viral video, a video directed to the CEO of Reddit, where I gave you a peek into the insanity that is Reddit moderation and how it affects Reddit, the third largest social media platform in the US.
Do you see what I'm talking about? Do you see what I'm talking about? He says it with such seriousness, but the subject matter of what we're talking about is fucking Reddit. It's such a... Oh my god. And listen, I am somebody who is not familiar with the doings of Reddit, right? I'm not a frequent user, I don't have an account, I do have an account, but, like, I don't comment, I don't really do much on it. I just use it for, like, kind of snarking sometimes when I'm bored. But, like, that's the thing, is that Reddit is such an unserious platform. There's a reason why there's no famous people of Reddit or anything like that, right? Because the platform is so unserious that there is no power structure besides moderators and poster users or whatever. And, like, being a popular Reddit user, what does that even mean? That you make great comments sometimes and then sometimes when you post something to a Reddit subreddit, it's like gets popular once. It doesn't have the same level of impact on the internet as, say, being a YouTuber and making a viral video. And Stale knows this. I mean, he's talking about how his video addressing, you know, the Reddit CEO and like his banishment from his platform as a Reddit mod. He acknowledged that that was pretty viral and that was a big moment. But like, the way he speaks is like speaking with Reddit with such sincerity and with such power, the third largest platform in the world. I don't even really, maybe that's true. It does have a shit ton of users on it, but when I really think about Reddit as a power like structure on the internet, I don't think it has the same amount of significance as, say, YouTube would, or like even like Twitter, you know? Like, I just don't see it having the same amount, or being taken as seriously, but this guy's like, it's seriously one of the most important websites in the world, and I'm like, dude, it's Reddit. Now, granted, because I'm a YouTuber, if somebody were to say this about YouTube, I would think it's also equally cringe. But I would understand the argument more for YouTube than, say, Reddit, because YouTube has literally harnessed careers, like, you know, real careers that, like, sustain people for long term and make people a lot of money. Reddit doesn't have those same opportunities. What is the payment system or the fucking monetization programs of Reddit? It doesn't exist. What is a popular Reddit user who posts like content that is like getting a big followership the same way a YouTuber is on Reddit? Name one. You can't. It just doesn't have the same cultural impact. Granted, it might be good for, like, the only cultural impact I can think of Reddit is people going on Am I the Asshole and creating entire ass videos and also podcasts just based on Am I the Asshole posts. But that's really it. You could say what you want about live stream fails too, maybe, but like, let's be honest, like Lorlock said in the last stream, all live stream fails does is literally just A-log the shit out of fucking like Hassan Piker. Like, you know, I feel like it's stories, not people that get popular. Yeah, exactly. It's not people on Reddit. It's the things they post on Reddit. But they themselves, the authors of those posts, you don't know who the fuck they are. You just know that they made a story on Reddit once that was, like, cool. But that's it. You don't actually know them. I'm a popular Tumblr user. Don't mess with it. Actually, you know what? That does ring the same fucking... I feel like if you are going to create a platform where you're going to garner a followership, the followership has to come from your ability to at least create something tangible, right? If I garnered my followership from just posting on the community tab all the time, that's not going to have the same cultural impact as, say, the community I've garnered from making content that people can watch. And it's content that can stay up, that's stayed up on my channel for forever, like videos from 3 years ago. You could go back and watch those videos from 3 years ago and they'll still be there and they'll still be something that you can consume, right? Like, I feel like most people who have like a cultural impact on the internet or made their jobs from the internet create something that is tangible and can be watched many years down the road and still be there, unless it gets like taken down because of copyright or whatever bullshit, or who cares. But like, that's why there's popular YouTubers and not popular Redditors. Because when you guys watch my videos or watch my streams, you can go back and watch it and be like, good times. When you post something on Reddit, it's just a fucking word post or like a picture and you go, cool, a lot of words, and move on. Like, it's not the same impact, really. We did it, Reddit. I get you. Reddit as a platform feels like its main validity, if anything, is the amount of people, not the quality of people. Yeah, exactly. The only reason he's saying it's such an important sector of the internet is because there's a lot of people on it. But just because there's a lot of people on it doesn't mean that all of them are actively engaging in anything. And the people that do aren't known to have a fantastic reputation anyway. At least if somebody is like, I want to be a YouTuber, you might get the boomers that go like, ugh, why does everyone want to fucking make content on the internet? Fucking go into a trade. We need plumbers, you know? You might get that. But if you become a Redditor, you're like... that that's gonna get even worse of a reputation. I can understand somebody wanting to be a YouTube content creator because making videos is fun. I would know. I make them myself. And streaming is also fun because I get to engage with you all right now live in front of everyone. Hi. And that's fun. But being a Redditor, aiming to be like, I'm gonna be the world famous Redditor, what does that even mean? There's nothing tangible to that statement. Saying that you want to be a famous streamer or a famous YouTuber means that you want to garner an audience, you want to create content that they will watch, and they will consume, and they will love you for, and, like, potentially getting monetization on that content so you can at least get paid for the work that you put out there and the stuff you upload that a mass amount of people love and enjoy. Because there's no monetization system on Reddit, and all you can really do on Reddit is, like, post giant fucking list of words or like post a funny meme that gets stolen or whatever. There's not and there's no monetization system to that. There's not really a desire to become a Redditor because there's no reward system to that. There's nothing. And I get that, like, Stale's past video was arguing that there should, but, like, why? Why reward Redditors when all they do is, like, just talk shit? Why would I want to monetize a website where the main purpose of it is to snark and talk shit and not create anything tangible? Just make comments on things and then, like, sometimes post your stories and get the opinions of Reddit, which why would you go to Reddit for opinions? You know what I mean? I didn't go to Reddit for McDouchebag here. I hope someone else had a similar issue with Steam Deck. Did you hear Smiling Friends got canceled? I did. Well, that got canceled. They're just, you know, pulling back away from the show. But at the very least, you know, at the very least, they're claiming it's for the sake of ending it on a good note. And I do agree that, like, maybe pulling it across, like, you know, stretching it out until it becomes stale is probably not what they want. It sounds like, you know, the creators are so attached and love Smiling Friends, but they are burnt out and don't want to stretch it beyond what it's capable of in terms of humor and become stale and have people be like, that was a bad season because it went on for too long kind of thing. But then at the same time, I'm like, it's 3 seasons, only 10 episodes each. There's only 30 episodes that exist of Smiling Friends. I don't think that's too long. Most people would argue that's too short, but, you know, whatever they want to do. Yo, my favorite Reddit mod banned someone based. Yeah, that's the only input in Reddit. Sounds like some hardcore fedora tipping. Oh, goodness.
The video, I came off like a crazy person who was taking a silly topic like Reddit moderation way too seriously.
Yes.
And I looked crazy because the situation is crazy. I was inspired.
It's crazy because it's crazy that you reacted that way, not because the situation itself is crazy. Like, people lose their moderation status for abusing it all the time. You know what I mean? It's kind of a typical story of Reddit moderation where it's like, oh, this guy used to be a Reddit mod, he abused the power, he got kicked off from his status of being a... Why is the camera falling? Excuse me. So rude. Hold on. Rude. There you go. Anyways, as I was saying before the thing decided to get rude, they know when to quit, unlike so many other shows. Yeah, yeah. It sounds like a good amount of episodes. I don't know, for a show that only had, like, each episode's only 10 minutes each, it doesn't feel like a lot of episodes, you know what I mean? But whatever they want to do. Probably gonna stop texting for a bit because I'm gonna be walking. Axions, just lurk, you are welcome here. Thank you for providing the funny Reddler. I really appreciate you. You are a very talented artist. Everyone go support their Ko-Fi. It's linked in the thing. Anyway, it's funny because your reaction is hilarious. It's not because the situation itself is crazy. I mean, it kind of is. Like, having a top moderator promote a scam is kind of a crazy situation in of itself. But when you think about it, scams get promoted on Reddit all the time, so it's not, like, out of the ordinary. And for it to be coming from a moderator, it's like, yeah, I could believe that. You know what I mean? It's crazy because your reaction's insane. That's why it's an insane thing, because your reaction's kind of crazy.
To make this video by my favorite content creator, JReg. He is also a comedic content creator who created a video about the multiple layers of irony. And since I'm now a viral influencer, this is my attempt to contribute.
In what? Hold on. I don't like playing numbers. I don't play... The numbers game is rude, and I hate it. But, viral influencer with numbers like the drop off, man. Like, from here, this is where you went viral and became a viral influencer. And you could have totally played off this, right? You could have just, it would have been way more effective if he's like, well, I just made the most craziest video ever where I kind of looked like where I kind of looked like a crazy person. Maybe I should be crazier. And like just made a bunch. I mean, granted, that's kind of the strategy here, but he takes it so analytically and so seriously that it's a little hard to, you know. This AI edits your entire video automatically. Ew. Also, you're an AI, bro. I already hate you. No, I'm just kidding. Ew. Ew. I immediately take you even less seriously now that I know you're an AI chud. Ranking irony like it's an anime power ranking system. Listen, I can't say shit because I've created the 5 signs of a lolcow and boiled down lolcowdom to a science. I don't care if you want to, like, fucking put irony in a bunch of layers. If you want to be a fucking mega nerd, go ahead. I can't say shit. I actually might have to hop off and charge my phone. Have a good stream. Thank you, Lilith. It's good to see you. Moistfor's video covering him has more views than his whole channel. No, that's what I'm talking about, is that the fall off is insane. He went from... He went from having a viral video that's 250k. This is very impressive for a channel of his size, right? But then the next coming videos is 500. This is barely cracking 1k. This one didn't crack 1k. This one did. A couple of them did. But they're only cracking anything when it's either addressing this or it's like addressing drama, really. Is when anyone really pays attention, because that's all they really care about. They don't really give a shit about this AI crap or this. I feel like this maybe could have gotten a little more attention because he's talking about Reddit again as a ex-Reddit mod, but like because it's in the reference to like the Epstein files thing, that's probably why it's not doing so popular, because it's like I feel like exposing a pedophile ring is more important than exposing what the fuck Reddit's doing and what the fuck the government has collected on Reddit. You know what I mean? So, that's probably why those aren't doing so well. I'd like to think that the fall off is a little insane. You know what I'm talking about? The only reason he's relevant is because I'm fascinated in him and I keep bringing him up. The closest I can think to a Reddit celebrity was Carl H, and we all know how that ended. I don't know who that is. I have no idea who that is. Anyway.
To the irony discourse by describing and defining layers 3 and 4 of irony that add on top to JReg's kind of previous definitions of layers kind of 0 through 2 of irony. Specifically, I'm going to be using these definitions of irony to describe a very online topic known as lolcows that I've become intimately familiar with after my big viral moment. So what is irony? Well, in my framework, irony is critique, and each layer above the previous layer of irony is a critique of the critique. So what is layer 0 of irony?
No. No, that's it. Guys, no. Irony is when you say something in juxtaposition that is incorrect to the actual subject that's happening around you. The example that we used was this is fine dog, right? The dog who is sitting in a house that's on fire, but is like, this is fine. And it's ironic that he's saying that because objectively, when you look around him, it is not fine. Now, granted, could you say something in juxtapositions to something to criticize it? I guess. But, like, I don't see in any scenario where saying the opposite of the point will disprove the point in a way that is critical of the point itself. You know what I'm saying? I mean, unless if the point is that fucking stupid that addressing the opposite of the point actually makes it sound stupid in comparison. But, like, already, the definition is wrong. It's just incorrect. Irony and saying something that is opposite to what is true for the sake of comedic effect or for the sake of being a contrarian is not critique. It's just you saying something that's opposite for whatever effect you're going for. Like, it's already incorrect. Okay. Man, everything about this sucks. He sucks. I need to take lessons on this guy's editing for my videos. Dude, I'm so angry. Because this guy uses a green screen very notably. So do I. I want to burn this to the ground. I need this one that's back here. I want to burn it alive. Because this guy makes it look bad. This guy makes it look so cringe.
Well, that's just sincerity. That means just having an opinion, having a goal, having a direction, a philosophy, any just act or opinion or situation that involves agency. It is not in reference to something else. It is not the opposite of a different position. Instead, it is an opinion or philosophy that stands on its own. Notice that we can even have two opposing positions that are on layer 0 because they stand on its own without it being in reference to the other position. Some examples might be the Republican or the Democratic Party. They are in some
Guys, I hope you knew this, that the Democratic and Republican Party is just ironic. It's fine. That's amazing. That's an awesome. Oh god, Artemis with the 10. Thank you so much, Artemis. You are so generous today. I want to know, I really appreciate you. Some of my top donors, like Artemis here and Echo, and previous ones, maybe Mac with some cheese, they donated some really. They need like their own custom emotes. That's what I should do when I open up YouTube memberships, is that I should create custom emotes for some of my top donors. That would be really fucking cool. Artemis with the 10. If he wanted to do a video about the government and Reddit, he could do a video on Aaron Swartz, who was the original creator of Reddit and whom many believe was assassinated by the government. What the fuck? What? Wait, what? Is that real? Wait. Detour. I don't mean to detour so much from the original point, but detour. Oh, what did it? Okay, Aaron Swartz, American computer programmer and entrepreneur, was the American computer entrepreneur, internet hacktivist. That sounds gay and cringe. He died in 2013. This guy was known as Aaron SHW, was an American computer programmer, entrepreneur, writer, political organizer, and internet hacktivist. Sounds gay. Just the word hacktivism sounds fucking insane. As a programmer, Schwartz helped develop web forms like RSS, web feed that users, a technical architecture of the Creative Commons, an original dedicated to creating a copyright license. That's crazy. And a Python website framework. Schwartz helped define the syntax, lightweight markup form. No. Was he the original founder of Reddit? I don't see it on here. It looks like he did a lot of work for protecting free internet. How did he die? Schwartz's girlfriend found him dead in his Brooklyn apartment. Reported that he hanged himself. Oh. No suicide note was found. Schwartz's family and his partner created a memorial website on which they issued the statement saying, he used his prodigious skills as a programmer and technologist not to enrich himself, but to make the internet and the world a better place. Interesting. Huh. Weird. So people believe that this guy's, hanging was not a suicide, it was an assassination from the government. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Was he the creator of Internet Archive? That's actually cool. Or at least he got a memorial there. That's kind of neat. Huh. Interesting. What does Legacy say? Responded to the news of his death with an effort called #PDF tribute. Considering that we use the acronym PDF to mean something else now, PDF file, that doesn't age amazingly. To promote open access, develop economics, World Bank began posting to the Academy articles online using the #PDF tribute. Again, does not age well as a hashtag, but as a tribute to Schwartz. Interesting, huh? I don't see him as the original creator of Reddit though. Maybe if I did Schwartz Reddit. Oh, co-founder of Reddit. Interesting. Okay, so he was. Interesting. Oh, it was the early beginnings of Reddit with RSS. Got it. Huh. Interesting. Cool. Wow. That was an interesting detour. Maybe this irony guy should make a video about that Maybe that might do him well in views or something. Cue the Tron. That one didn't age so well. Yeah, it must be really weird to have to go into work and be like, hey, can you download this PDF? And then be so TikTok brain rotted to go, ah! What do you mean you want me to download a pedophile? No, like the PDF on Adobe. The folder. You know what I mean? I would love to see that happen to someone being like, hey buddy, can you download this PDF for me for the work? You want me to download a pedophile? The fuck did you just say? That'd be so funny. Anyway.
Sense opposed to each other, but they still have ideas and philosophies of their own that don't need to be defined as being against the other party. Layer 0 is
I mean, yeah, but like inherently the two-party system exists to be inherently well, not always. I mean, as we've seen with what was their name? Rokana and Tom Massey, when the two-party system does work in conjunction together, can get some good shit done. But like usually both the sides are posed as the opposition to the other, so I'm not really sure if that really fits, at least in today's modern landscape of how we view politics in terms of like a football game. But I guess he's not incorrect, but like I don't see why he's using those two party systems as like a form of sincere like stances. Like these people have sincere stances. I'm sure they do, but like they all lie, so I don't really know if this is applicable.
everywhere. The real world is mostly full of layer 0 sincere beliefs. Well, that was easy, so let's get to layer 1 of irony. If layer 0 is defending a belief, layer 1 is attacking it. Layer 1 of irony requires the acknowledgement of the opposing belief and positions itself so as to attack it or tear it down. It is fundamentally destruction, not creation. And in order to destroy, there must already exist something that was created to then destroy. Some examples. Some people say that sarcasm is a layer 1 belief because you're saying the opposite of what you mean, but I mean something a little bit different from that in my framework of irony. The best example that I have of a layer 1 position would be the Socratic method, or the person who's constantly asking questions about somebody else's belief and pointing out flaws without necessarily even having a position of their own.
I don't think that's irony. That's not irony. This isn't irony. I'm not crazy, right? That's not irony. That's criticism of the position. And if you're acknowledging the opposite position exists, that just means that you believe in the opposite position. Saying something in irony means intentionally saying something that is the opposite of the situation at hand. Again, if we were to go back to an example of the dog in the house of fire, he's saying this is fine despite the fact the house is on fire. He is objectively saying something that is untrue and a form of comedic irony because he's in a house that's burning, right? The way that he is describing irony means, like, here's the example, right? This bottle is blue. His definition of irony is saying, well, are you sure the bottle's blue? Because what if the bottle's, like, magenta or something? And that's not, I guess that is irony because it's saying the opposite of what was objectively in front of your face. But that's what he's talking about is being contrarian. That's not being ironic. Now, granted, you could be ironic in terms of trying to be an annoying contrarian, but I think contrarianism is like trying to prove a point. Like, I'm being contrarian to something that's like a popular belief because it's viewing something in opposition. But I don't believe that when people are being ironic, they are saying something in opposition to hold a stance that is like an opposing viewpoint that critiques the point they're making by being in opposition of it. Like, being ironic is saying something that is objectively the opposite of what is the situation for the sake of like either comedic effect. And he's saying like you could use it as a form of critique. And sure, maybe, but like most people see irony as saying something that is the opposite. And then, you know, when they get called out on that point, they could be like, I was just being ironic. You know, I'm just saying that in the form of irony. I'm just being ironic to the situation we're in. It's like a kind of defense mechanism, sort of. Like, this is such a weird way to view irony. He's like, I don't view irony as the sake of just saying something that is the opposite. I view it as holding a position that criticizes something. And that's so weird because most people would not view people who are like, I'm just being ironic. You know, the people who are just like saying something in opposition to what they actually believe and how they actually act as a form of critique. I think this perspective of viewing it as a form of critique may come from like someone like Levius here, right? Where his form of criticism was just making fun of somebody, even if he in real life he wasn't actually that mean to people. But he did so as a way to kind of create a ironic character on the internet, as a way to excuse himself being an asshole. He's like, I'm just being ironic, you know what I mean? And because he made commentary videos that criticized the subjects and the people of his videos, as a form of critique, maybe that's where he's getting this perspective that irony is criticism. But like, I don't know. It's weird to have him describe irony as a form of critique, I guess is what I'm trying to say. When most of the time when I've seen irony, it's either saying something in a sarcastic format, like you know, I've just never seen it used as a form of critique. I guess it could be, but like, in order for that critique to work, the opposition must make more sense than the actual statement that's being said, if that makes any sense. Like, say the popular opinion about this, right, is that the color is magenta, and he says, well, that's obviously blue. Well, then, yeah, that form of critique makes sense, because it's like, if the popular opinion is that this bottle is magenta, and clearly it isn't, and he's like, as a form of irony, I'm going to point out what the color really is. It's blue. Even though everyone's like, no, it's magenta, you're stupid. He's still right, though, because he's saying the opposite of what the color is, but he's saying it because it's objectively the truth. The only way that irony could probably be used as a form of criticism, as a form of pointing out the opposite of a argument, is if the opposite of that argument you're making is the actual truth, right? Like, an example, I guess, would be a popular belief system in Republican, like, argument circles is transgender for everyone, right? They're just handing out transgender surgeries to anyone and everyone for no reason. We all know that that's not objectively true, and you could say the opposite in a form of irony, like, they'll say transgender for everyone, and you could be like, that's not happening. This technically is the irony of the statement, because they believe that that is true. They believe that everyone is getting just transgender surgery operations for free for completely no other reason other than cuz. And it's just socially acceptable for transgender for everyone. When the person on the other end says that's not true, they're not saying that, they're saying that obviously and ironic to the statement that they believe. It's ironic to the person that actually believes that that's true, but the opposite opinion is the truth because it's just in objective reality. But at that point, is it ironic to say that if it's just the truth? Like, I think at that point, you're just correcting misinformation. I don't think that that's irony. I think you're just kind of correcting a commonly held belief. It's like if somebody is a Christian, right? And that's a commonly held, very popular belief system. I'm a Christian, I believe God's real. The ironic thing to say in opposition to that is God isn't real. But because we don't have any objective proof that God is real, technically the person who is saying the ironic statement, which is in opposite juxtaposition to the person that believes in God, is telling an objective truth because there's no proof of God. But to the person who believes in God with all their heart and complete sincerity, what the person is saying that doesn't believe in God, it's ironic to them because they're just like, it's ironic you would say that because obviously he's real, right? But at that point, is it irony or is it correcting misinformation, you know? And if that's the case, then that's still not irony then, because you're just correcting the record with an objective truth. And then if you're saying something truthful, then that's not the opposite. It's so weird. I don't know why I'm going in a circular argument at this point with my own damn self of what this person is trying to say. I just think that posing irony as a form of opposition is correct, but to say that that opposition is critique makes no goddamn sense. Because the only way that that would work and that would be a proper critique of something is if the opposite of the point is true. Am I making any sense? Or am I just going off? I am super tired, so I could be like, my brain could be melted at this point. He's trying to be an intelligent leafy by using the word read. He's trying to be an intelligent Levi by using this irony argument in such a twisty, bendy way. Yeah, it feels weird. It feels really odd to, like, pose irony as a form of criticism. When it's like, the only way that would work is if what we're critiquing is already the opposite of what is objectively true. Ironing, poisoning is real. God, I know. I'm so confused. I think we're all in post irony. And opposite doesn't automatically equal ironic. Well, yeah. I suppose when I say opposite to what is objectively happening, I mean like something that is not objectively happening, right? Again, with the example with the dog in the burning house, and he says this is fine. It's obviously not fine because he's burning inside of a house, but it is opposite to what is going on in reality, right? It's saying an untruth in the middle of what is really happening kind of thing, but it's still within opposition of reality. You know what I mean? I believe in God and science. Well, isn't that ironic? I'm kidding. God, I'm not making this any better either. My brain is slush. God, I know. Imagine being murdered with a knife and someone on TikTok is like, they were unalived with a stabby stab or some shit. Dude, that's funny. That's really funny.
Credentialism or gatekeeping is a layer 1 belief because it fundamentally says that there are people out there who are not qualified, are not competent enough to have a position, do an action, have a goal, etc., etc. And that's why we need these credentials or gatekeeping to make sure that the wrong people are not engaging in certain actions.
Guys, is gatekeeping ironic? This is so really weird how he comes to these conclusions, because all of these things that he's talking about have completely opposite like definitions that don't really have any correlation to irony whatsoever, right? As we discussed, irony is just saying something in juxtaposition to what is happening in objective reality, or saying being in opposition to a statement, right? And saying it in its form of irony because it's like, it's funny you would say that kind of thing in what is objective truth, right? But to say that, like, gatekeeping is a form of level 1 irony is like, but gatekeeping means something completely different. That doesn't mean, these words do not mean what I think these words mean. Like, what the fuck are we?
One is exclusionary. And to get to my most important example, I would argue that the internet itself, especially social media in the digital age, is fundamentally full of layer 1 beliefs and critiques, which stands in stark contrast to kind of the beliefs that are in kind of the real world. What I mean by this is, I think that social media, especially websites like Reddit, are not really about doing things, and they're more about sharing and critiquing things that other people are doing. It's not about you putting things out into the world, it's about you attacking things that other people do. This layer 1 philosophy resonates through the entire DNA of the internet, both from the very sarcastic and critical humor that is common on websites like Reddit, and even down to the very features that make up these websites, such as, you know, resharing, retweeting, commenting, and kind of features like that that are baked into the very infrastructure of the internet.
I will say this, right? Because he says that a lot of the layer 1 irony of the internet is just coming on and attacking and critiquing things, right? And I'm gonna be completely honest with you, right? If you come onto the internet and all you conjure up, all that you see on your social media pages is critique, or just endless attacks of things, or just a barrage of like people having an opinion, you can filter that out and just watch things that are positive. It's called controlling your fucking algorithm, right? Like, I understand what I'm doing right now fits into the, you know, attack and criticize sort of sphere, and that's where I would, like, end up getting categorized and whatever. But what I've learned through training my algorithm is that I don't always have to come across content that is inherently going to be a critique or a negative thing or a review every single time. I could watch a video of somebody just talking about something they found online or something that they're interested in, or a hyperfixation like Postra or whatever. Now granted, you know, critique doesn't always have to be inherently negative or whatever. It could just be an opinion. But like, if everything that you see on the internet is just like a filtered, like, negative opinion that is an attack on something, you could, oh, I don't know, just look up like positive content that is like a positive critique on things, and it's not just attacking something in a negative, sarcastic, humorous, mean kind of way. Like, you know, I've been getting really into like Postra's content, especially because it's all positive things like that they're hyper fixated on. They're very fascinated with it. Same with Chazington too. And if you go onto the internet and all you see is just like negative criticism all the time, you can rework your algorithm for people to talk about things that they're passionate about. Just find the right people and rework the algorithm so that all you see is people talking about the things they love instead of the things that they want to tear down and critique all the time, you know? I get that being like super hypercritical is popular, right? It's objectively, I would know that very well. I've had very scathing criticisms on my channel about things that I like too. But, you know, I also like talking about things as, like, I like to present scathing criticisms about things in relation to talking about things that I do love, right? Which is kind of why I like doing this kind of thing, is, like, you know, I like talking about why people think the way they do, why people come to the conclusion the way they do, and the way I do that is being reactive to someone like this, right? And it's like, in order to figure out why this person thinks and presents himself the way he does on the internet, I have to kind of do scathing critiques of his content and kind of look at what he says. But, like, if his feedback is always going to be, like, negative, like, scathing criticisms and sarcasm all the time, you could just watch people who make positive critiques and semi-sarcasms just by, you know, watching anything else that isn't always inherently negative, I guess. But my brain, but still, this dude is hurting my brain. Well, yeah, it hurts my brain too. Basically, constructive criticism is the best type of criticism. Yeah, you know, like, and not even if it's construction, just like positive, you know what I'm saying? Why does this guy look like a fusion of Dr. Phil and Mr. P? Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't disrespect either one of those two.
Websites are built to make you attack, critique, reshare, comment, or retweet. And this is so ubiquitous that I don't think people could even imagine it to be any other way. It's hard to even put a finger on what is truly wrong with the internet, let alone fix it, beyond vague hand waves and attacks against the algorithm. And I hate this. I hate layer one.
Of things that are inherently negative, inherently attacks and negative critiques, and people being, like, you know, rude to each other when they make sarcastic or, like, attacking videos or whatever. And trust me, I don't particularly like it in my algorithm either, which is why I changed up the content I've been watching, which is stuff that's more... I feel like it's interesting that he puts critique and attack in the same category, right? Because a critique doesn't always have to be inherently an attack. You could watch constructive critique and about something like someone's passionate about, right? Like, I would like to think when I talked, like, my Poppy Playtime series, right? My criticisms were harsh in a lot of aspects, like saying that I hate Doughy the Dough Man. But I say that I hate Doughy the Dough Man in a way because I like Poppy Playtime as a game series, and I just don't like that character in particular because I think not that I think it ruins the experience, but I just, you know, hate that it was utilized in the way that it was in the game because I'm passionate about understanding its story and, like, its narrative and whatever. And, you know, I feel like the fact that this person puts critique and attack and negative sarcasm and all this other thing in the same fucking lumped category under this layer one of irony, it kind of shows his mentality of what he thinks about people talking negatively about him, or at least criticizing the things he says on the internet. He puts it all in, like, under the same thing. It's kind of a self-report in a way. I feel like looking at this, it is inherently a self-report, because he's basically saying that, like, if considering that he's a talking point right now that a lot of people are pointing and laughing at, he is pointing and laughing at versus what I'm doing, which is trying to deconstruct his argument and deconstruct and understand what he's trying to say under the same thing. And I'm like, dude, you can't. Like, I've been criticized on the internet because I'm a big content creator and I'm open to that by inherently putting my face out there and putting my words on the internet live in front of people, right? And if I just lumped in the things that people, like, say when Becca criticized me for the Black Christian stuff, if I lumped in the things that he said as this sort of ironic layer one thing that is also paired with being attacking and being ridiculic and, you know, rhetoric or whatever, I would not survive as a content creator. I just would not. Objectively, I just would not. If you can't decipher what is an objective just being rude and being mean versus what is a critical analysis of things that you put out there, you're never going to survive as a content creator. That's just an objective reality, you know? And especially learning how to take that criticism, even if it's super mean criticism where someone's like, you know, Lazy was stupid for this take on the line, and she looks like a fat fucking whale, right? If those things are said in juxtaposition, and all I focus on is the fat fucking whale part, then what is said right here, which was, this was a stupid take, Lazy, I completely ignore because this verbal assault was mean. But learning how to separate those two things and learning how to understand that this is the actual real criticism, and they're saying this as a form of irony or as a form of, you know, over-exaggeration of the original point they were saying. If you can't decipher those two things, you're going to get your feelings hurt a lot. A lot. And the fact that he is lumping all of these, he's lumping both this and this as the same fucking thing, is not a good thing. It's not a good thing. My positive thing to watch after Bad Algorithm is the 10 hours of the screaming sun from Rick and Morty. Wait a goddamn... Wait. Wait.
Elitism.
Shut up. I'm not... Wait. Shut up. Okay. So let me get this fucking straight. Are you telling me that this is the way you reset your algorithm? Hold on.
All right, third time's the charm. See what we got here.
Seems good.
And nothing on the
Oh, hey.
So does that relax everybody? Do we all feel like that resetted our chakras for a second? Do we feel like listening to that for a couple of minutes? Do we feel like that fixed things? Or do we feel good about that? How do we feel? Have you played Chapter 5? I have not, but I'll get to it. I'll get to it, and then I'll redress up as Poppy Playtime, and I'll review the whole game again. The amount of sounds that don't take that shit. I have seen gameplay of the whole game, though. But I haven't experienced it myself personally, which is probably what I should do before I critique it. I have seen Markiplier play through the whole thing from start to end. You know, which I guess spoils the experience for me later on, but, you know. That almost sounds like don't take that shit seriously, which is trying to say, and he's doing it terribly. Yeah, it's like, but the thing is, right, it's like, don't take that shit seriously, right? It's like saying that, but also saying that, like, the thing that you shouldn't take seriously is in this level 1 post-irony. Like, he's trying to categorize that in, like, a very, like, sophisticated kind of, like, philosophical way. And I'm just like, why? I mean, I get that I'm the fucking nerd that tries to categorize lolcows and everything for science or whatever, or social critique, but this just seems like a giant waste of time. I'm gonna be so fucking honest. Okay, we need to get back to where we were, because the whole thing resetted itself already, because I'm smart and a great content creator, and everything is fine. Anyway.
Let alone fix it, beyond vague hand waves and attacks against the algorithm. And I hate this. I hate layer 1 of irony, because it's fundamentally destructive and about attacking the things that other people do. And I think that this internet-driven, very critical philosophy is what drives very huge problems in kind of the world that we see today. And this is both...
I also don't agree with that, inherently, that, being ironic is inherently, like, destructive, or, like, critique on the internet, that this layer 1 of irony, which is, like, attacks and critique, is inherently a destructive thing. I don't think that inherently saying the opposite of what is happening around you is inherently a destructive thing. Again, I keep saying my example is the dog burning in the house, right? But when he says this is fine in a house that is burning down, he's not inherently destroying anything around him by saying, this is fine, I'm perfectly content with everything that's happening, while there's fire behind him. Like, like, that's not destructive, that's just kind of funny. That's just funny that you would say that, because you're in a burning house. Like, to say that, like, layer 1 of irony, which is, as he puts it, criticism, critique, tearing apart an argument is inherently destructive. It's just not true, because critique doesn't always have to be inherently negative and hyperbolic for the sake of comedy or whatever the fuck, right? It doesn't have to be. I reset my algorithm with gardening and cooking videos, but you do you, man. You know what? Lorlock might be onto something with the screaming. I feel reset. I feel great. The screaming, if you're in a place where you can't physically scream, is kind of cathartic. Yeah. Okay, I could see this being therapeutic the first couple of minutes after watching some real anger-inducing shit. I mean, maybe. I just got in. Who is this guy and why is his hair so bad? This is the guy who got kicked off of LSF, the live stream fails, because he promoted a scam, and now he's trying to explain the 4 layers of irony. And layer 1 is apparently sarcasm and critique, and hyperbolic critique. Hi, Ren. I'm like hearing in the background, who's laughing? Who's laughing in the background? There's voices in my house.
Yeah, I'm just a voice in your head.
Ren always has been the voice in my head. I need Resident Evil Leon from 9 so bad, oh my god. Guys, calm down. Thank you, Ren. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay.
On the internet and in real life, we live in an ironic, sarcastic, and critical world where we gawk at the things that other people do as opposed to create on our own. And I will put a disclaimer on this that I'm moralizing something that doesn't automatically have to be moralized, and certainly has some upsides as well as downsides. There's nothing wrong with, gatekeeping our doctors or civil engineers, and critique itself isn't automatically bad, but I stand by my moralizing nonetheless. What is layer 2 or...
What was the point? What? Okay, so you acknowledge that not all critique inherently has to be negative and, but you still stand by the point that it is inherently tearing things down. Do you see what the problem is already then? Do you see what the issue is then? And also to say that we live in, a sarcastic, tearing down critique society. I guess if you're, paying attention to inherently negative things all the time, then sure, you might think that way. But, again, there are people that, come onto the internet or come onto the stage of placing your opinion out there for the public to see. It doesn't always inherently have to be that. There's people who come on the internet and be like, I'm passionate about this and I want to talk about it. And, I feel like what this guy really needs is, an algorithmic reset of, actually, watching things that are inherently a little more positive. And I get that that's hard considering that he's the laughingstock of the internet right now. Or was. I don't know. But, I think, if anything, I think it's just more fascinating the way his brain works. I'm just how does somebody take something that is so not serious and turn it into a lecture, a philosophical lecture? And granted, I do the same shit too with lolcows and try to boil that shit down to a science. So, I kind of relate to the guy. But again, I think talking about lolcows, because lolcows can become a conversation about the failures of, society and how we don't take care of our mentally ill and disabled people, whatever. You can have a lot of conversations about lolcows and how they manifest and how the internet is responsible for that, or how society is responsible for not taking care of the mentally ill, or whatever it could be. Reddit it's just not that conversation, but whatever.
Or post-irony mean? Post-irony is the critique of the critique. If your body is sincere...
Okay, so this is this guy's... I wish I could read the rest of whatever is behind them. So, layer 0 is sincerity pre-irony. So, layer 0 is saying something and meaning it sincerely. Layer 1 is sarcasm and irony, which is an exaggerated opposite position. Layer 2 is post-irony, which is the blurring of the two. I guess I wouldn't call these layers, though. I would just call these, separate... concepts in and of its own. But I need to know his additional 3 and 4. I need to know what those are, because I need to know. You're speaking about lolcows like an SCP cat. I really am, aren't I? I really am, aren't I? Earl Doobie is SCP N-word. I don't fucking know. SCP N. I'm sorry. You know what? You're so right, though. You're so right.
Layer 0, then layer 1 is the sword that attacks your body, and layer 2 would be the shield that defends itself against the sword or the critique. Layer 2 is not a position on its own. If it was a position on its own, then it would be layer 0, at sincerity. No, it only exists as a reference to a reference. The way that I use post-irony is I say things that I believe, but I do it in a very over-the-top way that makes it sound like I'm joking. I do this as kind of...
That's not irony. That's not irony, then. That's just over-exaggeration of the point. See, okay, so he's gone through a couple of things, right? Where he's saying that, you know, sincerity and irony are kind of opposites, right? They're opposite kind of things. And irony is kind of in the layer of sarcasm, although I would think that there's a difference between sarcasm and irony, because irony is saying something in juxtaposition to the truth, and sarcasm is that, but also with an emphasis on, like, an attitude, you know? An emphasis on, not that it's untrue what you're saying, right? But you're kind of putting an attitude behind it, or, like, trying to falsely give a supportive backing to the idea, right? Like, when somebody says God isn't real and I'm like, oh yeah, sure it isn't, that's sarcasm, right? But I'm saying something that I don't mean. I'm saying something that I don't actually believe in, but I'm saying it in a way that is just, like, you know, the emphasis on the opposite, right? Like, that's what I would say as a form of, like, sarcasm versus irony. Irony, I feel like you're outright saying the opposite thing, whereas sarcasm is saying it in agreement, but your tone makes it sound like the opposite. So, an example to put that in that God perspective. There's a person who says God is real, and they're in that layer 0 where they say that with sincerity. Then you're getting to this layer 1, which is irony and sarcasm. The sarcastic response to the sincere belief of God being real would be, yeah, sure it is, bud. That's sarcasm. Irony would be, yeah, no, he's not. But, you know, that may be saying that also in sincerity, because what if you believe that that's true? But, you know, what if it's somebody that, like, also believe... It would only be ironic if that person who's saying it believes in God, but is saying, no, he isn't, as a way to, like, kind of, like, fuck with the sincerity of the guy on this layer 0, even though they're both in that same sincerity. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? 3 fucking ads. I'm sorry. I have to make money. I'm sorry. I can't explain why, but he looks like a weird substitute teacher that doesn't actually know how to teach the class they're subbing for. You know what? That's kind of true. I love how he puts all this effort into a green screen only to have a green outline to make the illusion pointless. I think it's just different colors. I think it's like a cut out kind of like glow thing. I don't think it's the actual green screen, although it is green. I don't know. It looks more of like a sky blue to me. I don't know.
A shield and a way of kind of dismissing criticism. This works because if I say something that I know sounds silly, well, it becomes much harder for other people to attack me for something that I have acknowledged already is the case. Or in other words, I was only pretending to be retarded, therefore you can't attack me for it. I live and breathe in layer.
I was only pretending to be. I mean, he's not wrong when people use the form of irony as a shield against something they make. But the thing is, right, when he's acknowledging that it is kind of like your defense mechanism is again, it's another self-report, right? It's like, I acknowledge that I'm using the sense that I'm being ironic as a way to defend myself, because I think my point's actually really dumb. And I think if you're doing it in that sort of sense, if irony is your form of defense when you make a stupid point, then maybe instead of using irony, you just say that the point was stupid and move on. You know what I mean? Oh, it looks like a cyan teal color, so roughly the same bulb. Yeah, you know. Again, every time I watch him do a green screen of anything, it makes me want to burn down my own green screen. I'm like, look, I love green screens. I think green screens and karma keying yourself and doing this for comedic effect is really cool, but when you do it, it makes me look stupid. Maybe it's the hair, but he looks like a registry. Don't say that. Don't say that. That's not nice. Safe, Euclid, and Keter really does sound like lolcow categories. Okay, what kind of category is Earl Dubian? What do you guys think? Put your comment, spam it in the chat where you guys think. Is Earl Doobie, the White Bowser, safe, Euclid, or Keter? Let me know. Let me know what you guys think.
There too, but I'm told this can be confusing to many. So why would one want to exist as a reference to a reference? Why not just be sincere? I mean, the opposite of an opposite should cancel back out to sincerity, right? Well, here's why. In this very internet-driven, sarcastic, and destructionary society, the kind of attacks from the peanut gallery will destroy anybody who's trying to do something sincerely. It is very hard to—
You know what this sounds like to me? This sounds like a way for him to sound like mega contrarian and mega super smart against the people that have been like criticizing his points that he made in his original video. That's what this all sounds like to me. He's like, well, I'm not going to attack all of these critiques of my original video with maybe being a troll or, you know, maybe being a sarcastic asshole or whatever. He's like, I'm gonna boil down their sarcastic, destructive and mean comments in a layer system as a way to kind of like explain why they're wrong. Actually, it feels very much like that. And again, I also too boil down lolcowdom with science for but I acknowledge that it's kind of dumb. I acknowledge that when I say, here are the bullet points of a lolcow, right? And I am like, here are their characteristics. Let's see if this person fits all of my categories and whatever. I acknowledge when I do that, it's really stupid. It is really stupid. But it's also really interesting because then it boils down lolcowdom to a very specific definition, and it's not an overused thing to say on the internet. He's doing this as a response to the criticism he got for that video he made with earnesty and with sincerity, but is using post-irony and irony and all of this up here as his defense to the criticism of the dunking on that he got. I'm not defining lolcowdom to a science and like through definitionals and studying it. I put that in giant quotations. I'm not doing it as like a form of like trying to be a scientist and like study this shit or even trying to be a sociologist. I'm doing it because I'm a bored asshole. This guy's doing it because he's just like, I'm gonna boil down the criticisms I got from this video I made that didn't really do well with the main public and got like mocked to death, right? I'm gonna boil down that mockery to a science, and that'll prove my haters wrong. It's like, bro, you just made a shit video. It was really funny for a week. You could just move on. Like, oh, I'd say Kier. He's an anime protagonist. Euclid, because he keeps escaping back into the internet so he can't contain him. Is that what Euclid means? Is uncontainable? I don't remember. I forgot what the definitions of each were, so I guess I shouldn't be asking. Layer 3 would be straight up gaslight. That would be so funny. No, but gaslighting is in layer 1 of irony, so that can't be it. He tries to make an iceberg and fails. You're actually a lolcowologist. Dude. I should make a t-shirt, I am a lolcowologist. That would be so cringe. A lolcowologist is so stupid. So fucking stupid. Oh, I'm sorry, I got in late. I can't calm down. I need that game so badly. Go play Resident Evil 9. I'm not gonna be offended. I guess a lolcow nerd would be a term. Yeah. I mean, we already have terms for people that, like, view lolcows. We call those, like, lurkers, right? Or whatever the fuck. Dude, every time I ask for, like, a definition of a new term on the internet, I sound old. I sound so old. I study lolcows. That, dude. Even saying that sounds cringe and gay. Oh my god. Doesn't that count as being a farmer? Yeah, it's called farming, isn't it? I don't know. Not to brag to that one person earlier, but I only got one Anyway.
defend yourself against every attack, every nitpick, every whispering voice from the crowd telling you that you suck and you should therefore give up. You simply cannot fight against every piece of criticism, which is why you need a tool to defend yourself against the very concept of criticism. A post-ironic defense goes something like this. Yeah, your criticisms are right, but that's why I'm going to succeed anyway. Yeah, I don't have credentials, but I don't care. I'm going to go for it regardless. Yeah, I'm going to make mistakes, but I'm going to learn from them and then pick myself back up and try over again. And finally,
I don't think that's irony either. That's arrogance. That's arrogance. That's just straight up arrogance. What are we talking about? You should make a localologist shirt. It should have your list of the qualifications. No, that would be so funny. I think that would be hilarious. No, you know what it needs to be? It needs to be a logo. Axe, since you're in the chat, you could probably brainstorm this with me, right? Because you're fantastic. It needs to be like a logo of like a made-up college. Right? You see college logos on t-shirts? It needs to be like a fake college logo of like Lolcow University, and then on the back of the shirt says like a bachelor's degree in localologist or whatever, in locology or something like that. It really needs to be something fucking stupid, but it needs to be like supporting some sort of like college, because I wouldn't want to put like text on a t-shirt, right? Because I think that's fucking boring, despite the fact I'm wearing Let 'Em Cook right now and this is my favorite shirt. But like I would definitely want it to be like a cool university design kind of thing. That would be really funny. Can the logo be Andy the Apple? I don't know what the fuck that is. I just asked my 18-year-old nephew if words are still in the youth vernacular, so I don't sound elderly. The fact that you have an 18-year-old nephew is insane. You are an ancient old man. It should be the Shanachu Medallion. He is the case 0. That would be kind of funny. But also, I try to stay away from any Chris Chan Chris Chan related memorabilia. Because every time that happens, every time you get near and touch anything Chris Chan related, you suddenly become a lolcow yourself. I've seen what happens to Mudahar. He wore it once, and then he got exposed for watching Lolicon. Scary world. That thing is cursed. The cows, and it's like a Christian cow for the dude. I don't know what Andy's apple farm is. Stop yelling at me. Lolcow University of Louisville. Bachelor's in lolcow science. We're basically milking the God, this is a horrible idea. I hate that I've manifested this in my chat. This is awful.
The best defense of them all, I was only pretending to be retarded, therefore you can't criticize me for being retarded. Some people would call this a cope, and in some ways...
Does anyone actually... to quote, I'm not trying to... Listen. Does anyone actually use that defense? I was only pretending to be... blank. R-word. Therefore you can't criticize me for being R-word. I have never heard that in my life. That is not... I don't think anyone has ever said, guys, I only pretended to be stupid, therefore you can't, like, criticize me for being... or whatever. Or... I only pretended to be autistic, therefore when I do something that's clinically autistic, you can't... I have never heard that in my life. Oh, God. It's so... what the hell is happening?
They're right. Instead of disagreeing with the criticism, you're saying, yeah, the criticism is right, but it doesn't matter. And in this highly online critical world,
again, I don't think that's... I mean, I guess it is, because you're acknowledging... the truthful statement and then saying that's opposite to that. But I think inherently saying something untrue is also, and then just being like, yeah, I'm gonna say this untruth, and even if you criticize me for saying the juxtaposition of what is objectively true, it doesn't matter. That's irony. I think it's just being arrogant. I really don't think that this person actually knows the definition of irony. I hate to say it, Christian tried to make that argument and it didn't work. Are you fucking joking? That's insane. Wait, is that the... Wait, hold on. I think I know the lore. I know what this is a reference to. Hold on. My brain is manifesting. I got it. Wait, was that the time where he made a video where he tried to act... like neurotypical, and he was like walking around and like the video where he's just like, I never had autism. This is actually me, regular Chris. The character Chris Chan was just a character that replicated autism. This is just me as a typical neurotypical person. I know this fucking video and it's so good. Oh my god. Oh, that's amazing. Yes. Oh, good. Oh, we're Ax Eons or Axi. Artemis with the 2 bachelor BSA of online agriculture. Wait, that's fire. That's actually really funny. That sounds professional. That sounds actually legit though. Oh, Ax Eons and I are like this. We're like this. We are like this. The plot of The Room IRL in the internet. Oh my god, that's amazing. I have autism. I fucking. You know what? I'm gonna search it up because you're annoying me. You're annoying me. Yeah. Andy's Apple Farm. All right, here it is. Oh, it's nice, cute kids thing that's actually evil. Where have I seen this before? Wow, it's such a nice, innocuous, cute little kids thing, but it's actually evil. I'm sorry, if you do enjoy this, good for you. I'm not trying to mock you or anything, but I probably sound like such an asshole. I sound like such an asshole. You know, it is interesting to see, like, what gets a fandom and what doesn't. Because, like, if you told me that this was a popular thing... Look at this fucking much... that got this much really good fan art, I wouldn't have believed you. I'm sorry, I probably sound like such an asshole. I probably sound like such a beat person. Here. Cry about it. You gotta read the lore. Well, listen, this isn't a lore stream about a fucking crying apple right now. It is about post-irony, okay? Says every fanatic.
Accepting criticism but not caring, of being willing to fail but try again, is the exact sort of thing that we need to get people back to believing things again. Some more examples of layer 2 post-irony defenses are being anti-elitism, anti-gatekeeping, or move fast and break things. That's actually a very Silicon Valley but layer 2 coded defense. Move fast and break things sounds a bit counterintuitive at first.
Okay, if post-irony is the definition of blurring what is sincere and what is actually the juxtaposition and not blurring it to the point. How does being anti-gatekeeping that fit that definition? What are we talking about? Guys, I want to blow bubbles in your face. Can we get a couple more donuts? Because we need it.
Why would you want to break things? Well, it's not really that you want to break things. Instead, it's that you will move quickly if you don't worry so much about breaking things. It's about kind of accepting that that will happen and kind of going on and taking the advantage of speed anyway. Very layer 2 coded. The Grug IQ graph is another example of a very layer 2 meme. This...
Oh my god. Here's an example of my post-irony. Grug. I mean, granted, I also used a meme to describe what irony is, but at least it wasn't a fucking Wojak, okay? I don't say that as an... Wait, I don't say that as an ass. I say that as someone who also is in the trenches. So true. Dude, so true. So true.
One's about patriotism, and at layer 0 you have kind of the Grug, who is both, you know, correct and also has kind of a very sincere patriotic belief. Then you have the center IQ person, who's kind of the layer 1 critique, and he...
See, I would love to understand this meme that you were describing as an example if you weren't blocking the whole fucking thing. I don't know what this... All this is like... All this is somebody saying, no, I hate America, and 2 people saying, I love America, and then whatever this is in between. I don't know what this is. What is this example that you're using that you're trying to say is an example of your post-irony when I can't see it?
He is, you know, against kind of the patriotic Grug, and he's kind of wrong in this image. And then at layer 2, you have kind of the very high IQ person who is also patriotic, but presumably for different reasons than kind of like the low IQ kind of Grug, which is why this is an example of kind of like layer 2 patriotic propaganda is what we'll call it. This even expresses a very common quality among kind of like layer 2 thinking, and that is that it has a kind of a very self-aware, self-important, pseudo-intellectual, I'm better than you type kind of idea, where it says...
So are you post-irony? Is that why you think you're post-irony? Because you're being a pseudo-intellectual about the criticism you got online by putting it in a layer system of irony? Because the thing is in order for that to be true, you would have to be self-aware that what you're doing is fucking stupid. And I don't think that he is. I think that he is thinking that this is like the smartest video he's ever made. Like, I'm feeling that layer too, dude. Me. This is the most Reddit meme. Yeah, I don't get why he couldn't just put the meme in the side. Like, even I got this. Frankie Frey made a whole video about Wojak. I like Frankie Frey. I remember that they messaged me at some point, either when I was on Twitter or Instagram. I don't remember. They're a very friendly person. That was a good conversation from many, many years ago. They're too big for me to remember me now, but like, I like their videos. You should go check them out.
Kind of you have a point, but it's not like the more basic point. It's actually kind of more complicated, but still correct. And finally, there's something to be very careful about with regards to layer 2 post-ironic thinking. And that is, if your body is layer 0, and poison is the layer 1 thing that is attacking your body, and antivenom is the thing that fights the poison, the astute listener will notice that if you drink a bunch of poison and then drink a bunch of antivenom right after that, you are not back to being healthy. It's not just that the antivenom counteracts all of the poison or criticism that's targeted against you. It's also that the antivenom has side effects of its own. And if you take too much of the antivenom, this is going to lead to very significant kind of problems with your way of thinking and going about life, which leads us into...
So is irony antivenom? What is the antivenom? Being post-ironic? Wait, okay. So layer 0 is you're healthy. Layer 1 irony is poison, because being ironic is inherently destructive, right? And critique is inherently destructive. But then you reach post-irony, where you blur the lines between sincerity and just being sarcastic. But in this case scenario, it means being a pseudo-intellectual, which is an anti-venom to being ironic and sarcastic, actually. So being a pseudo-intellectual is like the cure to being an ironic, sarcastic asshole, but it's also got its own side effects in which you look fucking stupid all the time. Is that what you're saying? Did I get it? You don't take antivenom for poison? Look, we're not gonna get into specifics. I'm not gonna pull a moist critical. These are mags! Why the fuck are those? What the fuck are those images? Why do they have? I don't know what this is. It looks AI generated, and I automatically don't care.
A side tangent, which I am calling the meta-ironic black hole. Meta-irony is not the sarcastic opposite that is of kind of layer 1 irony, nor is it the sincere over-the-topness of layer 2 post-irony. Instead, meta-irony is something of its own. Instead, meta-irony is saying something that is masked in so many layers of irony that neither the listener nor even possibly you know what is even being said or what the point of it all is in the first place.
I'm just double checking to make sure that that's correct. Wait, post-irony and meta-irony, according to Wikipedia, are the same thing. Okay, meta-irony, how it works, because I don't want to... Humor, this is mostly about humor. There's irony. The different levels of... Oh, even this person puts fucking irony in a fucking layer stuff. Amazing. Perfect. This is literally just the same thing. The return... But instead it puts post-irony into the return to sincerity, so it kind of loops back around to layer 0, which is interesting. Post-irony, the satire of as in the satire of satire. Interesting. Meta-irony, which is the most confusing one on the bench. Meta-irony involves layering your statements with multiple levels on. Okay, at the very least, he says exactly what this person says. I find it interesting that when you search it up, that the post-irony and meta-irony are kind of lumped into the same thing, you know? Interesting. Huh. Interesting. 4 types of irony. Verbal, situational. See, this is the types of irony we need to talk about, is the verbal, situational, and dramatic types of irony. This is what we should be talking about, not this weird layer system kind of thing. Whatever.
Is the statement true? Is it false? Is it half true? Nobody knows. Some people like J-Reg and iDubbbz have said that meta-irony fits into layer 2 of irony, but I don't really think that fits. Let me explain why. In my framework, every even layer of irony, that is layer 0, 2, 4, and so on, is in agreement with the original layer 0 position in some way. Whereas the odd layers, that is layers 1, 3, 5, etc., are the critique or in disagreement with the original sincere layer 0. But meta-irony doesn't fit that pattern at all, because you don't know what they're saying. I think that meta-irony is something that you can enter at any layer of the irony scale, and it's sort of a black hole or vortex that tears away all of the meaning in your statement and can, send you spinning out up and down all across the layers. It gets even easier to enter into kind of the black hole the more layers that you go up. The black hole analogy.
Okay, so, alright, let me see if I got this correctly. So, meta-irony is basically, it could be either one. Like, it could be either sincerity or ironic and, like, untrue, but you just don't know which one it is because it's under so many layers. You know what? Irony is like an onion. Guys, irony is an onion. Ultimately, we should be thinking this in the form of Shrek. There's no fidget that is gonna help me understand. I'm fidgeting with my own face. And saying that out loud sounds actually insane. I'm just kind of, we're approaching the irony singularity. Yeah. Bring back the screaming sun. You're right. You know what? You're actually right. Hold on. Hold on. Can I yeah, this. Alright, did that help everybody? Are we good? Okay. Oh, fuck. The script is 100% made in AI. Yeah, dude. Pre and post irony sounds so Reddit core. Dude. Bro. Okay.
Works because it really does feel like your position is kind of spinning out of control. Are you being sincere? Are you being sarcastic? Post-ironic? Post-ironic? Nobody knows. That's why it's the black hole. And layer 2 really is where most people start getting sucked into kind of this.
Okay, can we get to layer 3? Can I just talk about this third layer already? Where is that? Is it like here? Yeah.
Invented. I am defining layer 3 on the irony scale as the lolcow layer. Remember, an irony layer.
Hey. Okay. Alright. Well. Okay. So, let's talk about. Okay. So when we're talking about irony, right? According to its premortal definition that we've defined, it is saying something opposite in juxtaposition to something that is like going on in the objective, right? Lolcows. Where would that fit? Lolcows, it's ironic, I guess, to laugh at them and find them as a humorous subject of interest. It's ironic because when you watch lolcows, right, you should be horrified because what they're doing is either being pedophiles or disrupting the peace or committing crimes or whatever it may be, and that should bring you a sense of shock, and it does, but because of lolcowdom and talking about lolcows and, like, the way that things are handled, especially over on Kiwi farms, is over layers of humor. A lot of people look at this as like, oh, this is a train wreck, and that's funny. And I think that a lot of the ways that we look at lolcowdom is the same way that we look at, like, TLC reality TV shows. Like, it's such a train wreck, but you can't help but laugh because it's like, who agreed to greenlit this into a TV show kind of thing? It is ironic in the sense that we laugh at something that should be objectively horrific, right? But I feel like that is, like, subject to both irony and also how the internet has kind of rotted our sense of, not even sincerity, but just, like, how we react to certain things. Desensitization is really what it is. And, I mean, I guess you could say that desensitization can come from being just playing off irony and just becoming so ironic that you don't believe in anything and you don't actually have a sincere belief anymore. But, like, I think lolcows exist in a layer of, like, it's ironic that we find them interesting when it's, like, the things that they are being exposed for and are being well documented for are so horrific. And if that's where he puts it, then that'd be great. You know, that's where I would personally put it, but I'm sure he has a different opinion. Lolcows are the town drunk, effectively. Yeah, I guess. But I feel like a town drunk still at least has an endearing personality. Or at the very least, there's an explanation for... I mean, there's an explanation for why lolcows are the way they are, too. But, like, I feel like most people, like, are annoyed by the town grump, but at least feel a little bad for them. We've gotten to a point with lolcow culture where, like, we don't feel bad for any lolcow because it just turns out that they're a fucking creep. And that's annoying. Anyway.
Is critique. So layer 3 would be a critique of the critique of the critique of the original position. It is the shield breaker to the layer 2 shield. It attacks the concept of fighting back against criticism. This is why I'm calling it the lolcow layer, because attacking somebody for being a lolcow is a layer 3 argument. A lolcow is a very online term, both meant for somebody who is kind of worthy of being criticized and therefore can be milked for drama. But beyond just being a person who's worthy of ridicule, a lolcow is also sort of self-aware. That means that they know that they're...
Somewhat self-aware? Lazy, if you make a vid on this, please make a Twilight Zone bit, but instead saying the lolcow layer. That would be really funny. That would be so funny. I'm stealing that. Lolcows are the town... Oh, I've already read that. So, no. One of my actual fucking points to a lolcow is lack of self-awareness. If you want to say that they're self-aware in the sense that people on the internet know that they exist, sure, that's to the point of their self-awareness of their status on the internet, but that's as far as it fucking goes, right? Cyrax thinks that he legitimately has fans, legitimately people watch him because of whatever music he makes, or him being, like, a cool VTuber once. Like, Cyrax knows he has, like, haters and stuff, but he believes that that's just the natural effect that comes from being a very popular rapper that he wants to be. He believes that, like, there's a point, I think, where he had a YouTube channel that reached 100K and he did get a YouTube plaque. He looks at that as, like, genuinely he is a successful content creator. That is not somebody who is self-aware that the reason why he is such a known figure on the internet is because everyone knows he's a fucking freak. Like, that is not self-awareness. If he was self-aware, he would acknowledge that the main reason why everyone knows him is because everyone thinks that he's a fucking goblin. He would just be, like, playing off of the fact that he has garnered gawkers that view him as a sideshow circus freak character. And, like, kind of play into that. That's a sort of self-awareness. To claim that lolcows are self-aware? No. No, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Wait, what? Remember when Cyrax was trending on Twitter for challenging what? Was he? What? That's crazy. That's funny. Spoken like a true lolcow. Guys, shut the fuck up. I'm a literature major. I'm wondering how he thinks irony is elevating his argument while doing the opposite. Yeah, dude. Nah, lazy. Cyrax never got the 1K. He got the plaque off of Etsy. That's actually even funnier. That even actually, you know what? Saying that makes him even less self-aware. Cause do you not realize how much of a loser that makes you look if you buy someone's fucking play button off of Etsy? And, like, you know, parade it? That makes you even less self-aware that you're such a fucking loser. Oh my god. That's crazy. Thank you, Mahai, for the amazing information. That's really funny. But you see what I'm talking about, right? Like, if Andy Ditch was self-aware that his videos actually made him look like a degenerate, like, freak and a horrible person, he wouldn't be posting them because he's like, oh god, people actually don't think that I'm raising awareness for autism. They think that I'm a fucking monster. What the fuck? Dude. Whoa. Wait, Lives of TikTok found the video of him yelling at Ice and shared it without knowing that he was an attic goblin. Probably can't tell. That's actually so funny. That's actually amazing. I'm so behind in lolcow content. Look, my knowledge of Cyrax is not as, like, on top of it as, say, like, Earl Doobie, okay? Okay? Certain lolcows are not my hyperfixation, alright? That's all it is. Oh my god.
Are the target of criticism, and they might in fact lean into it in order to kind of defend themselves against that criticism. And the very act of leaning into kind of the criticism and being the lolcow makes them even more of a lolcow by using this kind of defense against criticism by being...
The only lolcow I would know that actually does exactly what he's describing is maybe, like, Boogie2988, because he's literally on a fucking podcast show called The Lolcow Live, or, like, Wings of Redemption, right? But just because they are aware that they've reached lolcow status and do a stupid little podcast called Lolcow Live does not mean that they have used that as a sense of fighting back against the critique that they are a lolcow. They're on Lolcow Live because they need to make fucking money. It's not in a sense of acknowledging the irony that they are a lolcow. It's because they're fucking desperate assholes who can't make money on their platforms because everyone thinks they're a fucking asshole and won't watch their videos anymore. But they will watch it in the context of Keemstar milking the shit out of them. You know what I mean? This is so weird. It is so bizarre. I think the reason why he's setting this up is because people have called him a lolcow. I don't think he is one, to be completely fair. I just don't think that he hits all of my criteria that would classify someone as a lolcow. He's definitely a point of interest for me as a character on the internet, but, like, I don't think I would classify him as a lolcow. But I think because there was that one stream that he did where he's just, like, trying to be like he's typing out like a to-do list of what to do, and this was after his LSF video, right, where he's like, chat, we need, oh, whoops, he's like, chat, we need to prioritize, don't become a lolcow. And it's like, you know, he thinks that being self-aware that he's a lolcow, like, either outbeats the lolcow allegations, and now he's changing that definition of lolcowdom to be like, they are critically self-aware. To be like, yeah, you may call me a lolcow, but at least I'm self-aware about it, and thus fit the definition of whatever. It's like changing the definitions of things to, like, make yourself look more ingenious than you are does not actually make you look ingenious. It just makes you look stupid. Isn't the it who made an iceberg on irony and scanned people? I have no idea what that means. Zip, sorry. That's the guy? What? What are we talking about? Isn't the it who made an iceberg on irony and scanned people? Is that in reference to, like, the thing he's talking about? I don't know. I'm very cautious with lolcows I watch since I feel a lot of the content creators are jerks and kind of able to... No, you're right. No, you're totally true. There's kind of like a very much degrading side of lolcow conversations, which is why when I do it, I try to be, like, kind of break down their behavior to a science, because it's a lot more nicer critique that way. Sure, I'll make jabs and I'll be kind of a dick, but I like to, like, break down the idea of lolcowdom in that sort of way, because the commonality of people who do cover lolcows can be really fucking mean, and I'm like, there's a way we can have conversation, because even, like, I think it happened when TikTok got really into lolcowdom, when they started having TikTok lolcows. The way that people on TikTok will talk about the lolcows that pop up on their platforms versus the way that people talk about lolcows that pop up within Reddit and Kiwi farms is so vastly different. Because the TikTok people who are, like, farmers will look at their kind of, like, variety, like Tofiachu, Nova, Alphaba, and they'll be like, very TikTok coded in their language, right? Essay, graped on a line. They'll use the TikTok algorithm maneuvering language, and put a lot of trigger warnings. And the fucking Reddit Kiwi farmers over here do not give a singular fuck. They do not give a shit. They'll be like, this guy's a fucking R-word, a bunch of pejoratives, slurs, you know. And I'm, like, in the middle where I'm like, I will absolutely make a joke that does shit on them, but I'm also like, you know, trying to like, you know, document their behavior, what they do, and why they do the things they do. I don't know. I exist in a weird conundrum that maybe I'm like this guy where it's like I'm trying to be a pseudo-intellectual. We are talking about localology like fucking idiots. So like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just fucking dumb. Considering lolcow has subcategories like horror cow, I'd say there's a spectrum. I mean, dude, I think stuff like horror cow even does come from like the Reddit side, right? Or like the fucking, not Reddit side. It comes from the Kiwi Farm side where they end up making subcategories and stuff. So maybe we're actually on the same page here. Like I'm creating like subcategories of common characteristics. They're creating subcategories of like where to put like horror cows in. So, you know, it's the same thing, guys. I'm cool. Not a fucking loser at all. I'd say 2 out of the 3 of the creators who do lolcows are just mean or turn out to be creeps themselves. Well, if we're talking about like Leaping Lemur in the recent coming year, this is like the only example I can think of. That's like the only one. Maybe I am very behind, so maybe there's more. I think this guy is on level 2 on the lolcow spectrum. What's level 2 of the lolcow spectrum? I have not created a lolcow spectrum, so I don't know. What would be a level 2? Yeah, someone explain what a level 2 lolcow is, because I only define things in categories of behaviors that exist. Lolcow cinematic universe. God.
Who is kind of worthy of being criticized and therefore can be milked for drama. But beyond just being a person who's worthy of ridicule, a lolcow is also sort of self-aware. That means that they know that they are the target of criticism, and they might in fact leaning into kind of the criticism and being the lolcow makes them even more of a lolcow by using this kind of defense against criticism by being the thing even more. In other words,
But they're not self-aware. That's part of the thing. You know how I know that most lolcows are not self-aware, right? Let's take an example. Let me just take a little bit of a gathering between like random lolcows. Like let's name some, right? Daniel Larson, here's one. Put a pin in it. Boop. Daniel Larson's here. World of T-shirts. Josh. He'd beep. Earl Doobie. Boop. Who else? Name something. Cyrax. Boop there. Come on. Tofiachu. Boop here. Okay, so you see all this booped here, my little pegboard. You know what all of these people have in common that is very, very important in order to completely debunk this point that he's making? All of them think that they are legitimately famous for the things that they put on the internet and not for the controversy they get into. They all believe that they are legitimately famous and that they have a real fan base of people. Daniel Larson especially is the best example of this. Sure, he's aware that there are people who will like fuck with him and there are like people who and trolls exist or whatever, but he legitimately believes that there are people that want him to run for the presidency of the United States and think that he could do it. He legitimately believes that all of these talent agencies that he is like signed with as management companies, these managers are real, right? That's not an ironic person who is self-aware and is like, this is it's so ironic that I'm famous kind of thing. No. These are real mentally ill people who look at all of their shit being exposed on the internet, all their dirty laundry being fucking farmed and archived, and they think that that means that they have some sort of legitimate fame. That's how I know that this is a stupid fucking argument. Because it's like, dude, these people do not know the reason why they have documentarians that document their lives. They don't understand why they have their kind of own, like, Christorians, let's just say. Like, Tofiachu has Tofstorians, I guess. They all have these, like, historians of their internet activity, and they're all and they're, like, documentary, and then the comments of all those people that follow their lives are like, this person's fucking stupid, why would they do this thing? And they look at all of that and they go, I'm famous. And I guess in a way, the ironic part is that does kind of make them famous, but it's fame that is not what they think it is, right? They think they're famous because they believe that they have a legitimate fan base that, like, supports the content that they're creating in earnest, right? When in reality, they are more well known for the controversies that get involved. That's why it is kind of like an ironic thing with lolcows. They live in a kind of an ironic existence where their sincere belief is that they are supported and that they are popular content creator for the content that they create in sincerity and earnest. But the ironic thing is that the reality is that they're more known for being in massive amounts of controversies that come from either them being a creepy weirdo or being a public nuisance or just posting shit on the internet that is just objectively negative and criticize hyperly for it being stupid or dumb or whatever it may be. They kind of do live in a post-ironic existence. I guess I agree with that. But to say that they are self-aware is just so not true. It's just objectively not true. Boop tier should be the next level in the bubble cult after becoming a member like a deacon. Honestly, I need to fucking create a layer, a succession layer thing for the cult. I need to do that at some point. Guy, could someone like Kanye technically be a lolcow, or does that not count because he's actually famous? I'm gonna ask Falgi that question. I'm gonna ask him that question. I just had a full PTSD flashback about the entire lore of Daniel Larson. Sorry. Goodness. I'm not sure if Kanye would count out, but I know that Drake is considered one of those in those spaces. I wonder if there's a category. I'd have to look into the farms. Do they categorize famous people as lolcows, and what would that be? A fame cow? A fame cow would be, or a celebra cow? I don't know. I don't know. A lol birdie. Forget. You know what? I'm not that clever. Fuck it. More unhinged it gets. Wait, what? More unhinged he gets, the more his hair disappears. Guys. I do think he should just shave it all off. I think he would look much better bald. But look, man, some people are desperate to keep it all intact, and I don't blame those people, you know? The Hollywood lolcow? Sure, I guess. They call them career cows? That's actually really funny. Actually, no, that makes sense, because they have a legitimate, Hollywood career. Yeah, no, I would, yeah.
Lolcow is using a strategy of kind of trying to fight back against criticism, and the accusation of being a lolcow against the person is instead criticizing that very behavior of kind of fighting back against kind of this kind of ridicule or these attacks. That's why it's...
No. Because sometimes when you get a level of criticism that you think is unfair and you respond to it in a way that, beats the criticism, you can do it in a way that doesn't make you look like a lolcow. You know what makes it look like a lolcow is if your reaction generates lols. Hence the name. Hence the namesake of it. Hence the namesake. The only way that attacking criticism you're getting would make you look like a lolcow is if your response to the criticism generates lols. 'Cause it's called a lolcow. That's the point. That's the point. Being on 1.5C makes it sound like he's angrily arguing. No, that's true. Yeah, no, wait, we gotta go faster, chat. We gotta way faster. Wait. Here.
The shield breaker to kind of the shield that the lolcow is attempting to use against criticism. Layer 3 really is where things start to get very complicated. I feel like it's very easy to tell the difference between layer 0 and layer 2, sincerity and post-irony, because, a sincere position sounds very different than somebody being kind of over the top and hyperbolic, even though they still kind of mean the things that they're saying. Whereas I think layer 1 and layer 3 are much harder to differentiate, and I struggle to find any real examples of this. Layer 3 would be like saying...
That is not true. Okay, so if layer 1, you're saying that layer 1 is somebody who is acting in sincerity, lolcows are at layer 1. You know why? Because everything they do, they sincerely mean to do. They may not understand the consequences of what they're doing because of whatever impediment that they have that makes them fail to understand the social structure of the internet. But when Daniel Larson comes on the internet and is talking about how he is in love with Grace Vanderwald, he's not saying that ironically. He means that in all sincerity, and then that gets laughed at because you look at him and it's Grace Vanderwald would never hit that. a guy who is homeless and then never brushes his teeth and also never showers and also literally has trench foot would never date Grace Vanderwald. But he sincerely believes that she is his girlfriend. If we're talking about where lolcows are in this irony layer thing, they're in level 1. They're in level 1 because everything they do, they sincerely believe generates them a fan base that they believe that supports them and thinks that they're cool and makes them famous. Like, if you're trying, because again, you're saying that they're ironic because they're self-aware. I would argue they're not. And if we're going to argue where lolcows really are in this irony scale that you're trying to present, then fucking their insincerity, because everything they do is not with a level of awareness. It's not in a level of irony. They are legitimately just like this. They're presenting I would argue that most lolcows, unless if they're lying out their ass like Cyrax does all the time, are living in a form of sincereness, and that's what makes them so endearing, is that everything, you look at them, and you're like, huh. You know, why would somebody post that on the internet? I would never do that. And that's because most people, when they come on the internet, like to, and this is just kind of like the consequence of social media, right? Is that they want to present the most perfectest presentation of themselves. Whereas lolcows will just post fucking anything, even if it makes them look bad. I would argue most lolcows are the most sincere people online, because how they are acting and how they're posting, as horrible as it may be, like someone like Cyrax having a mental breakdown and posting that shit to the internet. Yes, it makes them look bad. Yes, it's not really an endearing characteristic to have. Yes, it's not a perfect image of the perfect social media star or whatever, but it's real. And sure, maybe if you want to argue he plays into the character of Cyrax because he's aware that what makes him famous is breaking down into his yelling, screaming antics. Sure, but at the very least, it comes from a real place, right? Like, I would argue that what I'm doing is the most sincere version of myself, because I'm an idiot all the time and make several mistakes. But, like, I also cover up a lot of that sincerity with, like, hyper editing and, like, pretending I'm more funny than I actually am. And also doing this whole lolcowology shit to make me look smart when I'm not. Like, there is layers of, like, a presentation to make me look more presentable in some capacity. But, like, the way that I joke about things and the way that I script myself and the way I talk is, like, genuinely what you see in real life. If you meet me in real life outside of the internet, I also talk like this. I also just act like this. It's just, I can't turn this off. But, like, there is a level of presentation that makes me look less crazy than I actually am. And it's called scripting and making me look good and making me look like I know what I'm fucking talking about when I'm just an idiot. The moral of the story, stay humble, be aware of yourself. Yeah, and I believe part of what makes a lolcow is that they're not humble, right? They are posting a very genuine part of themselves, a very genuine example of who they actually are. Like, their math slips all the time, right? But they don't believe that that presentation of their negative side or, like, the negative things they present has consequences. And that's why they're not self-aware, right? They lack the self-awareness because they're not humble people. Does that make sense? Lolcowology. I want to kill myself. I can't believe I made this up. I hate everyone.
The move fast and break things philosophy is a bad philosophy. But how is it that much different from just saying, don't break things? People criticize others for moving too fast and breaking too many things all the time. In fact, moving too fast might in fact be the chief cause of people breaking too many things. So really there has to be kind of a differentiator between somebody who's just saying don't break things versus attacking the very philosophy of move fast and break things. A great example of a layer 3 attack would be the I was just pretending to be retarded meme. Layer 0 of the comic is,
oh my god. Is this what he's talking about? He really saw this fucking stupid stick figure thing. And, like, is like, that is so me for real. Like, that's why he keeps bringing it up. Okay, what's layer 4? Can we get to layer 4 already? I'm already bored. Okay.
that sucks. And then the person responds by saying, nuh-uh, and then the response is, nuh-uh, nuh-uh, ad infinitum. Is each nuh-uhs and yah-uhs a different layer of irony? I mean, I guess it's critiquing or disagreeing with the understand kind of the self-referential nature of itself and its relationship to the other layers of irony. And finally, we have reached layer 4 of irony, another one that I've now invented, which I do not even have a name for yet. If you have a name, please kind of say so in the comments of this video. And I will attempt to use all of my energy left to break free of my earthly layer 2 bonds and extend into layer 4 for just a few.
He's giving us the option to name layer 4. Okay, I need to listen to this and we're going to come up with a name together. I'm so excited.
few moments to give some examples. If layer 0 is your body, then the virus is layer 1, and your antibodies are layer 2. Do you know what that makes layer 3? Yeah, that's right, it makes it AIDS. And what does it make me? Well, I'm your sex education baby, and you don't want to get AIDS. Listen to...
Whoa, wait, we need to... What just happened? Wait. Okay. Play that again.
Into kind of layer 4 for just a few moments to give some examples. If layer 0 is your body, then the virus is layer 1, and your antibodies are layer 2. Do you know what that makes layer 3? Yeah, that's right, it makes it AIDS. And what does it make me? Well, I'm your sex education baby, and you don't...
First of all, I put him at... Wait. This is him in regular speed, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is him in normal speed. I didn't realize he talked so slow in normal speed. I was listening at 1.5 the entire time, and I'm like, this is just his regular speaking speed. No, he's a lot slower than I thought he would be. Wow, that escalated quickly. Okay, alright. I'm gonna play it one more time. Give me a second. Okay.
If layer 0 is your body, then the virus is layer 1, and your antibodies are layer 2. Do you know what that makes layer 3? Yeah, that's right, it makes it AIDS. And what does it make me? Well, I'm your sex education baby, and you don't want to get...
You know what that makes layer 3? AIDS! AIDS! You know what? It's ironic that I'm laughing. Because, like, this is objectively really stupid. And I shouldn't be laughing at stupid things. But stupid things can be funny. I might need a cigarette after this. Yeah, I know. Lazy, I'm scared. Lazy, wait, layer 4 is named 4chan? That's crazy. Okay, what is layer 4? We need to get to this. We need the explanation of layer 4. I'm not going to listen to it in its regular talking speed because I realize how slow it is. Where is the fucking... There.
AIDS. Listen to your sex educator. And AIDS isn't the thing that kills you. It attacks your immune system. It is the rest of the virus-like criticism that truly destroys you. And even more than that, AIDS is very difficult to cure. Once you have contracted kind of an illness that prevents you from fighting back against the very concept of criticism, you're doomed. You have AIDS for life. And even worse, you can transmit it to other people. And us level 4 sex educators are out here trying to warn you of the danger of AIDS, either with, condoms or abstinence. And you teenagers out there, you're just out there kind of having fun, laughing at us, not really kind of taking our warnings seriously. But seriously, I'm telling you, you really don't want to get AIDS. But let me dispense with the analogies and kind of get to the conclusion of my video by making a direct layer 4 argument. Remember, irony is a critique. So level 4 is attacking the level 3 lolcow position. And it would go something like, I know you're having a lot of fun with your kind of critique and ridicule at your target and making your target kind of defenseless against criticism. Nay, you're making it so that if they even fight back against criticism, that kind of means that the attacks and criticism apply even more to them. And my response to that would be, why? Why would you hold such a philosophy that can be so accurately encapsulated by 2 words? Give up. Like, what are the good outcomes here? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to accomplish by attacking the very concept of fighting back against criticism? At least layer 1 is kind of useful. If you...
I hate that his definition of a lolcow is somebody who's fighting back against criticism. Like, that's not what that means. That's what his definition of lolcow is, because he's being labeled as such for trying to fight back against his own critique from his own video in a way that is making him look like a lolcow. Sir, okay, I'm gonna make this so simple for you. A lolcow, okay, is somebody who generates, puts stuff out there for the public viewing that generates laughter and mockery. That means that the only way that attacking back against critique would be lolcow behavior is if the attack back, if the addressment of that criticism generates lols. If a lolcow fights back a critique, which they tend to do all the time, part of being a lolcow is just being, like, hyper fixated on what other people think about you. That's not one of the characteristics, but you do, they are very aware of the criticism or whatever it may be. But if their response to the criticism generates more ridicule and more vitriol and more lols, that's not, like, that's what kind of, like, cements their kind of thing as a lolcow, right? Now, obviously, having a bad response to criticism doesn't automatically make you a lolcow. Like, Deaf Noodles, for instance, cannot handle criticism. at all of anything he fucking does. And he tries to respond in this, like, kind of, like, irony kind of way, the sarcastic, like, oh yeah, I do suck kind of way, even though he's genuinely hurt by a lot of the things that are horribly said about him, and you can tell. But he's not a lolcow, he's just a fucking dumbass Republican. You know, I don't think most people would consider Deaf Doodles a lolcow. They would just consider him an asshole. He has a poor response to criticism all the time. That doesn't mean he's a lolcow. But the reason why lolcows attack criticism constantly is because that's all they can hyper-focus on, because that's what the mass majority of their following is people making a mockery of their actions. So that's all they can respond to. But responding to that criticism the way they do, that if it generates more laughter, that cements it even further, because the entire definition of the lolcow is a person that generates lols. If their response to critique on the internet generates lols, they are a lol cow. Or if they post something on the internet that just makes people laugh at how ridiculous it is, and it's like a point of mockery, you know, and then they just continue to create that point of mockery content, then that's what most people would consider lolcows. Obviously, my definition is based on my 5 characteristics, but, like, most people consider a lolcow a person on the internet whose mundane content generates lols. And sometimes their addressment of other people who are responding to their content with mockery, if it's in a way that also generates lols, also makes them a lolcow, right? Not everybody addressing criticism and addressing the criticism of themselves inherently makes them a lolcow. Like, I feel like the reason why he's changing the definition this way into lolcow means a person that tries to attack back against their own criticism is because he is trying to address his own criticism through this pseudo-intellectual explanation of irony to be like, that'll stop the haters, that'll get them to stop critiquing me because I have the pseudo-intellectual layered response to why they're wrong about me kind of thing. And people look at that and they're just like, dude, what the what, huh? Like, and the worst thing, the thing is about that's so funny about all this is, like, the only reason he's receiving mockery is because he's done something that is very common within the landscape of the internet, right? He made a bad video. It happens to the best of us all the fucking time. Like, excuse me. I've made a bad video. We all know this. I've made a bad video in the past. It's no longer exists, but I've made a bad video before. I've made plenty of bad videos in my life where the points don't stand, where I look fucking stupid, right? But that doesn't mean I become a lolcow. That just means I'm like, yeah, that video sucked, and I move on with my fucking life. This guy did not have to create this video of, like, explaining irony. He didn't have to do that. He's just doing it because he's like, he's really stuck in the perpetual, like, one more video will save me thing. When it's like, dude, the worst thing that you did that is receiving all of this mockery is saying that Reddit mods deserve to be treated like celebrities. And when people ask, are you saying that in all sincerity? You kind of responded like, well, yes and no. Like, I'm just being like a comedian. It's like, you know, his analogies are so bad. He's in a live stream made a weird drunk driving analogy that was victim blaming. Okay, I'd have to see that. Hold on. I'd have to see that. I shouldn't have taken that gummy. This is so insane. Dude, honestly. Tame Wiseau wouldn't backtrack this much. Anyway.
Point out a problem, you can solve it, you can mitigate it, you can fix it. Whereas layer 3 is more just saying, nah, don't even try. The whole philosophy is just sad to me. It's a tar pit of despair that you can't escape from, and I reject it. And that's kind of my layer.
That, again, no. There isn't a couple of examples of people who, like, become lolcows. Like, they're like, this is the lolcow of the week. But through removing themselves from the internet, through learning how to create better content, like improving their craft and still moving forward, through making personal life decisions to betterment of their lives, they escape lolcowdom. It's possible. One of my favorite examples of this is Pixie Terry. If you guys don't remember who Pixie Terry is, she was like a lolcow that kind of comes out of like anime 4chan boards and like anime not subreddits, that's not the word, like message boards and like purely the types of forum websites that where it's only like text that you, and it's like layers of text and whatever. But like part of Pixie Terry's story is that like she was somebody who believed that she was not, that her parents weren't her parents, that she was actually Japanese, like full-blood Japanese, despite the fact she was a white woman. And a lot of her stories in mockery of like her appearance, because she's a little interesting looking, she's overweight, which relatable, I got it. And she makes very scantily clad cosplays that don't make her body look very, not flattering on her body, basically. You know, as big, larger people, we have to kind of dress in a way that makes our bodies, that complements the bodies and not work against it, kind of thing. This is a fashion kind of analysis of like different body types and what looks good on certain body types, kind of thing. And she just never appealed to those conventions, and that's totally fine, right? And the big reason why she got mocked is mainly because she thought she was Japanese, even though she's white. She very much was a weeaboo, a big weeaboo. She was fat, so obviously that's going to get the mockery of people who like to make fun of fat people. And what ended up happening is she removed herself from the internet and lost a lot of weight and like kind of bettered her life a little bit. Now, granted, she's not on the internet anymore, but the way you escape lolcowdom is not just give up. This is just who you are. You're cemented as lolcow forever. I would argue that Wings of Redemption almost escaped lolcowdom when he fought Boogie 2988, and he had that after stream where people were giving him compliments and like being nice to him, and he was like, "Oh, thank you. This really is encouraging. I can't wait to make content again." Because there was a point where Wings of Redemption like didn't start off as a lolcow, but became one over time, kind of like Boogie, right? I believe for a lot of people, the way that you escape lolcowdom is that you kind of have to start off as somewhat normal. If you come onto the internet guns blazing and become a lolcow off the cuff, usually there's not a lot of hope there. Like Daniel Larson, for example, just came on the internet and announced he was running for president and made a bunch of cringe music, and people are like, "Oh yeah, that's something we can laugh at. That's something we need to pay attention to, because this guy's fucking crazily hilarious," kind of thing. And he's posting it in sincerity, but it's all fucking dog shit or whatever. In that case scenario, it's a little hard to escape, because like the origin of like how you start off on the internet is already being a mockery kind of thing. But like a lot of people that escape lolcowdom are people that just like post cringy stuff but are at least somewhat normal, and then over time get discovered that they're kind of like weird, and then like they pull themselves out of it by pulling themselves off the internet in betterment of their lives. All it really does to like remove yourself from lolcow status, and I'm not saying it's easy, is really kind of proving your farmers wrong. Like a lot of lolcows continue the cycle of being a lolcow because they continue to prove their farmers right. They say like, "Oh, he's a fat narcissist who will never change," and then you continue to be a fat narcissist that never changes. A big part of being stuck in lolcow cycles is, in all sincerity, it's narcissism. It's the reality that you think you can do nothing wrong, and all of these people who are like farming your behavior, documenting all the shitty things you do, and being like they never change, like they're just repeating bad behaviors we documented previously, and they have no desire to change, and you're just like, yeah, I don't need to change for anybody because I'm just always perfect, and all these people who are farming me are fucking losers who's obsessed with me and need to get a fucking life, right? And it's like, sure, there's a sort of like truth to that. Like, you kind of have to have no life and be a little bit of a loser to be obsessed with random people on the internet you don't know, right? But like, you know, when those people are presenting good arguments about how you're not bettering your life, or how you're ruining your reputation, or how you're making yourself look like a fucking asshole or a criminal or whatever, or a pedophile, whatever it may be, and your response to that is, well, fuck the haters and fuck everybody. That's how you get stuck in the lolcow sphere, is that your response to criticism, again, is a criticism that generates lols, but it's also a response that comes from this inherent sense of not even just nihilism, but also being a narcissist. Like, you're looking at all this critique on the internet, and your response is getting angry and just being like, "No, you're all wrong, fuck you," kind of thing. And that's why people are stuck in the don't even try thing, because it's like, if your response to that is just fuck all the haters, I'm just gonna ignore all of you, fuck you, get a life, blah blah blah, like, that's first of all, that response is hilarious to a lot of people, because it's like, oh, they're using the haters response. But also, it's like, you don't see any of this as valid, even if it is something objectively bad you did. Like, I guess a good example of this is Nova Online, right? A lot of the reason why he gets hyper documented so often is because he continues to make the same mistakes over and over again. And his only response is, fuck you, get a life, you need to go out and get a job, even though he doesn't have one, right? And you know, we kind of had a little bit of like an improvement saga where he was losing a lot of weight, and now canonically he weighs less than me, which makes me very upset. But if he can do it, I can do it, right? And it's like, oh, cool, he's losing weight, and you know, that's better taking care of yourself kind of thing, even though you haven't changed your diet at all. But at least you're losing weight. That's impressive. That's cool. I'm proud of you. And then you hear this thing where it's like, oh, he got caught talking about his diaper fetish to another underage person. It's like, again? You know? And when you are constantly confronted with your repeated negative behavior, like Nova constantly getting caught in Discord servers with young people talking about his diaper fetish, or just talking one-on-one with underage people talking about diaper fetish stuff in general, and it's happening over and over and over again, and his only response is, fuck you, go get a job, fuck you haters, you guys piss off my trolls. That narcissism is why he's such a lolcow, is because when he's presented with what, you know, that negative reputational damage kind of thing, and his only response is, fuck all of you, it's not true, get a life, whatever. That's why he can't get out of that cycle. Even if he is noticeably making like good improvements, like losing weight, he's still a pedophile. You know? To escape lolcowdom, you first have to destroy the phalancesary. Hold on, I can read, guys, I got this. Phalancesary. Yeah. I got it. He just knows lolcows exist, and also knows irony exists, and just decides to make himself an anime character with superpowers based on yeah. Oh god, there's a college that uses Nova there's a college that uses Nova Online, so when you Google it, it has the lolcow in the college. God damn it. But no, yeah, in order to really, like, escape lolcowdom, it's, first of all, addressing that, like, I guess I should put this in my characteristics thing, is that a lot of lolcows have, like, severe narcissism, right? Which is why they believe that a lot of the hate they get comes from the fact they're so, because a lot of them address the trolls and the haters as, like, being jealous bitches that, like, are mad that they have, like, a following, and mad that they have notoriety on the internet, and they're just these nobody losers that just make comments on things, right? You see that as, like, a common response that they have to criticism, is like, you're just a bunch of nobody losers that just make little comments on the internet, whatever. And I'm a person that actually has a following, and, like, people look watch my stuff, and you guys are nobody losers, and you guys just, like, need to get a life and stop being hyper focused on me, kind of thing. A big part of what keeps people in lolcowdom, as soon as they develop all 5 of the characteristics that I've cited, as soon as that happens, what keeps them in it is narcissism. It's narcissism. It blatantly is. And now, I don't think that this guy is, like, a hyper narcissist, because there's parts of him that are very self-aware that, like, the video he made about the Reddit thing was stupid and, like, dumb. And so, that's why he's kind of teetering for me, and why I wouldn't call him a lolcow. But as soon as I feel like inherently lacking self-awareness, and him being sort of self-aware that people think he's a lolcow, does, oh god. Hi, what happened? Sorry. Kind of just keeps him out of it for me, but I think what this entire video is, in a nutshell, is I'm gonna change a bunch of definitions to make my video about me calling out Reddit, the Reddit CEO, for firing me because of the consequences of my actions, to make it look not as stupid as the internet thinks it is. That's all this really is let me change a bunch of definitions of words like irony and lolcow and all this other stuff to make this one video, which it got mocked for a week and people moved on, right? It was a bad video that made you look kind of stupid, and it made you look like you're taking this whole Reddit thing so fucking seriously when it's such a non-issue. but you want it to be taken seriously so bad that you decided to change the definitions of things like irony, post-irony, and lolcow to make you look like your points were actually really, really smart and philosophical and says something about the state of the world. When it's like, dude, you just made a bad video that people gawked at for a week and you could just delete it and forget you did it or just move on. Like, you have two choices here. What you're doing now, which is the bad choice, and just being like, yeah, that video was bad, I'm gonna not make bad videos anymore. And then if you go down this route, you know what's gonna happen? People will forget that video existed. That's the reality. Oh, it's a nerd reference? Okay, thanks, Kofi. Sorry, I'm stupid. Oh my god. Anyway. But I hope what I'm saying made some sense, right? As to why this is dumb and I'm sad. Anyways, I want to watch, I need to find it first, hold on. I want to watch the Smokey video, because I said I would. But before we get into this, get Smokey. Okay, it's right here. Before we get to that, though, I should talk about something else. Whoa, wait, he's live right now. What the hell? Wait. He's live currently. Hold on, chat! Alright, before we check out what the fuck he's doing right here, I did want to talk about this video, the most recent one that he's made. So, this is a video that's called Mass Reporting is Good, Actually. I'm gonna quickly sum up his points in it, because I was watching it on Falgy's stream, and I don't want to, like, rewatch everything he watched on stream. The reason why he believes that mass reporting is good is basically because it's sort of like a self-policing on the internet that is necessary in order to quell toxicity, and he uses the recent fallout between all of the commentary bros. I don't know what the drama is, I don't want to get involved, I don't want to look into it, I don't really care. But it's more of like a self-policement that is a necessary lawful evil, technically, in order to combat toxicity. The reason why I have a problem with this mass reporting thing is, one, it encourages kind of like a group attack, which is inherently against the TOS of any social media, is gathering a group to then abuse a system on YouTube that is supposed to be used in sincerity. But also, my philosophy and my argument against mass reporting in it itself is that because it is such an easy system to abuse and it can happen to literally anyone, if you are arguing in favor of the abuse of a system and then somebody decides to abuse the system against you, you then cannot complain because you've set the standard that you do not care if somebody uses the abuse of that system against people. So his argument is, I like mass reporting. Mass reporting is a necessary evil and it should be something that we do on the internet. Well, say somebody mass reports his YouTube channel for whatever reason, because they want to fuck with him, because they think he's a lolcow and they want to troll him and just kind of like see if they can get away with it. Well, now he can't bitch and complain being like, guys, my stuff got mass reported falsely, please help, because he's already set the standard that he thinks that should be a necessary evil on the platform. It's like, you can't bitch anymore, you've already advocated it's a good thing, so when it happens to you, don't expect people to help you when it's false, because you already are just like, you're already supporting the thing that'll be used against you. It's almost like a leopards eating faces kind of thing, you know what I mean? So, the video is inherently an issue. From what I understand, Falgy's supposed to get set up some sort of debate between him about this particular issue. So I'm gonna wait until that happens to see, you know, what's to be said about that, because I believe that the debate they're supposed to have is particularly about the mass reporting thing. But I want to see what he's going live about right now, because I'm curious about what that's about.
I want that. They need to be on my side right now, because they're a huge part of this. But if I spam in DGG, they'll get mad at me, I think, for like self-promoting or something. I don't know. That's what I need. I need DGG on my side. I need an operation. We're making an r/political stream fail, and we're doing it right now.
Okay. Alright, so I was made aware of this a little bit. Part of the origins of Stale, and I think this was mentioned with when Lorlock was on the last time we were talking about this guy, was that a lot of his origin story came from being part of Destiny's group, because people are like, oh, he's a DGGer, and I'm like, what is that? It's Destiny. This is about Destiny's fucking thing, right? Why is he on political stream fail? Is he trying to okay, Operation r/political stream fails to go help me make this happen? Maybe I need to watch from the beginning to know what he's talking about. Hold on.
And we are live with an operation. Maybe I should change the thumbnail. Yes, so we're now live.
Mm-hmm. Glad we can at least watch this at 2 times speed, because he's slow as fuck either way. It's taking forever. Can you just say something?
Yeah, well, it's a little late, but that's okay. So we're doing it. We're doing it. We're going live. We are doing political stream fail. And we'll... Cool. So we are going to be basically, sorry, I was talking to people at DG. We're going to be making political stream fail. This is what we're doing. And we will go all in, and we will make an announcement video about it, and we will win. So that's what we're going to do, is we're going to make political stream fail right now. Guys, I wasn't able to get another subreddit that I wanted, so we're going with political stream fail. So, step 1. Alright, I'm adding people right now.
Wait, is he creating a new subreddit? Wait, he's creating a new subreddit to combat live stream fails, but it's political streamers? Is that what he's doing? Is he live watching people? Wait, okay, hold on.
We need politics. We need mods. We need, basically we need posters for this. And we need streamers on board too. I think we can get some of the mid-sized streamers on board. And then, I mean, we'll go to the heads eventually, right? I guess, because I know, I mean, I'm not going to make these guys mods, but, you know, I'll certainly get some feedback from Staltman or Destiny. But we're going to be doing that. Here's the plan. I think we can create a very successful subreddit by just getting all of the political streamers on board. We can get a mod from every single person, who constantly posts here, and we can outvote everybody. Like, we can outpost everybody. And so we just have to have, like, one person post, like, you have to have, like, a person from each streamer post the best clip per day, and they post it all to the subreddit. And then that's how it's going to work. So it's not really competitive with livestream fails. So basically, livestream fail, they banned politics, and so there's a big. This isn't like we're trying to overthrow them. We're trying to, what we're trying to do is we're trying to make a new one that's not competitive with it.
What? Wait, what? No, wait, no, that's exactly what we're doing. No, that's exactly what you're doing. No, do not. Hold on. Hold on.
I mean, if you don't care, well, I'll just. And so that's what we're going to be doing. And so step 1 is we need.
Wait, he's actively just deleting. You guys see this, right? He's actively, like, things are getting popped up in chat, and he's actively just deleting comments live.
And so, because it's before we're even making an announcement, it might not initially succeed, but that's okay.
Don't tell them. No, don't tell them. Please don't tell them. I'm not watching anything. Don't tell them anything. Wait, okay.
Yeah, we're getting him on board.
Okay, let me. Oh, he definitely is. So wait, okay. So the plan is his Operation r/political stream fails is to create a new subreddit, try to get moderators from the political streamers like Destiny, and I guess I don't know what other political streamers he'd be referring to other than Destiny and Hassan are the only two I know. To get mods from their things and to post clips from political streamers daily on the subreddit, but it's not a subreddit that's in opposition to livestream fails because livestream fails ban politics? No, I think it is. I think that is in opposition to live stream fails because this is the same thing. It's just political streamers instead. No, that is in exact opposition to live stream fails. What you're doing is creating just a political version of it because you got booted from live stream fails as the head mod. Yeah, you are a snitch, Yuki. Don't tell anybody. Wait, no, but this is the wait. Okay. It's okay. We didn't miss anything because he's still not fucking talking. So, okay.
Okay, I'm just doing Stardust. Is Stardust still stream? I was just looking at
What is he doing?
I
Wait.
was just messaging somebody. Is she still? This is unrelated, but okay, yes, okay, this person still does. I didn't realize that. That's cool. Cool. And so that's the plan. We need mods though. So that's step one. Step one is we need mods. I'm not going with the crazy. So we're okay. Who is this guy? So here's the thing. I have a bunch of people who want to help me with this already, and so this one's we're gonna make a big announcement post about it. And the plan here is we get a couple top tier mods. Basically, we get people from multiple different streaming communities who are like power users of that streaming communities, and we convince them to post to the subreddit. And then we could even give them mod. And I think that alone, it could basically, we're going to create like a collaborative. None of these subreddits think about this like this. None of these subreddits think that you can just get a bunch of these streamers on board, collaborate, and then it works in that way. And so.
What? Huh? What? Huh? I'm sorry. No, that's exactly what a subreddit is. You're describing what a subreddit is people coming together to post related to topic things. What do you mean that content creators don't think this way? Destiny has his own subreddit for that particular purpose. You're just describing Reddit. You're just describing a subreddit. Okay, whatever. All right, whatever.
A dictatorship. This is going to be a meritocratic dictatorship where I am in charge.
What? What?
Okay? There will be no mistake about that. That I will be in charge. Nobody can vote me out. Nobody can kick me out. I'll listen to people. I'll take their feedback. Okay? I'll work with streamers. I'll negotiate. I'm a very nice guy. I can do that. But I am in charge. And we're going to make it happen. And we're going to... The goal...
Whoever put this is epic. Are you going to try to push more lolicon streamer like food shops? I love you. That is so fucking funny. Wait a minute. Whoa. This is insane that we're catching this live. This is so crazy. He's creating an alternative live stream for stuff like DGGers, for political live streamers specifically. Because he got kicked off a live stream fails due to the consequences of own actions, promoting a scam. And he's saying it's not an opposition to live stream fails, even though it totally is, and it is a fucking subreddit where he is the dictator and nobody can kick him out of power, despite the fact that he ran livestream fails like a dictator by apparently working up his way up the top of the fucking ladder. What? What is happening? What the fuck is going on? This is crazy.
And I'm sure there might be some situation where we can even work together. I mean, not right now. We're not gonna. So we're gonna be doing our own thing for now, and then we'll worry about other subreddits later. And so that's why I want to succeed on this thing on my own. Like I want to exceed on my own like that right now, and that is how we're gonna be doing it. Yeah, I hope so. I hope streamers have been waiting for a place to. This is the wrong hill to climb. This is a liar hill to climb.
Why are you asking him what are your views on Israel? What the fuck?
And it doesn't matter if people troll. It doesn't matter if there are people naysaying, because the trolls give us views anyway. The trolls still get things posted to the subreddit. And so, yeah, that's gonna be the plan. That will be the plan.
Okay, hold on. Let me get on this subreddit for a second, see what the fuck is going on.
Work.
See if anyone's done anything.
And so that is our goal right now.
Currently it's not loading, so I don't really know if this is a successful plan so far. Either that or my internet fucking sucks. That could also be the potential. Hold on. Okay.
And so that's gonna be the goal. Is we basically need mods. So step 1 is we need mods.
Yeah, is it just... Why is it so slow? I don't know why this is just not loading at all. Oh, there we go.
And so that's going to be the goal. Step 1, we need mods. We need followers. We need an army of people to be promoting this. It does not work. It's going to be very hard if it's just me doing this. I can do it. I will put in all the work in, and I will fight for it myself. I will be talking to streamers. I will be reaching out to every single person that I know. I will be talking to actual politicians, and their staff to be getting them to post here. But I need other people to do the same. It's going to be very hard if it's just me.
Okay, let me see if I get this correctly. His plan is to create this political alternative to live stream fails getting political streamers involved in the Reddit itself, which I guess so many would do, I don't know. He's gonna try to contact politicians and streamers to be in on it, but it's so not something that he's doing to be in opposition or to be a competitor of livestream fails at all, despite the fact that he's creating a subreddit where he is self-admitted that it is a dictatorship where he is in charge and nobody can kick him out of his seat of power. Guys, does this not look like a very salty fucking person who is just really upset that he got kicked from his position at livestream fails and wanted to create his own alternative safe space Reddit where he can't get kicked out of his position of power like he was at livestream fails? That's what this is! Like, this is why this idea that you are a lolcow and you're self-aware that you're a lolcow is not applicable. Because the fact that you do not see this as the biggest self-report of your life is actually insane. Because, dude, all this reeks of is just being so bitter that you lost a fucking Reddit mod position. It's so obviously bitter that you're just like, I lost my Reddit mod position, I'm just gonna make an alternative Reddit that's my own, that's all for me, and no one can kick me out of my seat of power. Like, like, what? Huh? How do you not... Dude, how do you not see that? How do you not see that this is like the biggest self-report of how salty you are about this non-issue? You lost a moderator status in a subreddit that doesn't fucking matter. Move on with your life. You said that you're somebody who works in tech. Why do you want to waste your time on Reddit? And why does losing this position matter you so much? I don't get it. That's crazy. Okay, whatever.
And so that's what we're doing. We are going all the way in, balls to the wall, and we're winning on this one, on this topic. It's not ban. It's not Banavision. So I was not banned from being a mod. I was just banned from. I can't be on the live stream fail mod team. So that was it. I did nothing else wrong. Like I said, they kicked me off.
Well, I wouldn't call this ban evasion. No, I was just saying that he's incredibly salty that the fact that he lost he lost a moderator status, so he just went and created his own fucking alternative, so where he can be the dictatorial mod. What the okay. Okay, so far he has one mod that is himself, it looks like. There's people that are asking to give mod status to this creative leaks guy. Mod Destiny and Food Shop. Good lord. Okay. I'm applying to be a mod. Have you experienced J-Reg?
Yeah, and so that's the goal. Is now we got, you know, let's see if we got our first mod on. I think I just added the person. I thought I just added him. Not. Okay, dude. I don't know who you. Here's the problem. So. Okay.
Oh, this creative leaks guy is actually getting that status.
The problem
Holy
here
shit!
is that this guy is you come off as a troll. So I'm not gonna be, you know, I'm not gonna be offensive to you, but you being this very over the top pro me thing, it just feels, well, okay.
Oh, this is so sad, dude. Dude, what did I just miss?
You're like a Kiwi Farms troll. That's what I'm saying. Because some people do that. They try to catfish me.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
dude.
And so, yeah. And so that's what we're going to be doing. All right. So we just got somebody. We did. All right.
Oh,
we got our
cool.
first mod. Slight ad. This guy is top tier, by the way. So this guy is, let's see. Oh, he's even got like a YouTube channel. Oh, he's got like a fan-made YouTube channel. It's bigger than my channel, dude. That's cool. He's got some huge, I didn't even realize that. And so, yeah, so we want people like this. Because this guy was, like, I want people who have posted stuff before, who have, like, yeah, content like this, who, you know, like, yeah, even, like, shit, like, this is perfect. Like, so this is, like, this is, like, clip channel stuff. That's great. I want clippers. I want people who will find existing clips that are already happening on all over the internet, on these kind of mid-sized kind of streamer stuff, and I want them on board to either be power posters or mods. That's the plan.
Oh my god, this creative
so,
guy is really spamming him the shit out of him.
I don't know who that. There's like this random guy, and I don't know who he is. And so, sorry, dude. Like, you know, I appreciate the enthusiasm. There's like some person who's been spamming me a little bit. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I need I gotta have people who are verified. Is the thing right now. So for my first couple mods, it has to be people who are.
I'm impressed that he got a mod. Echo! Oh my god, they're here. Hi, Echo. Thank you for the 20, by the way. That's so generous. I have spawned. I'm so happy you're here, Echo. You have no idea what the hell is happening. But it is wild. We're catching this live, dude. What the fuck?
Are associated with some streamer, like somebody's mod, somebody's like known power fan, somebody's manager, like an existing poster that I can find on LSF. I want somebody like that. I can't just take randos. Sorry. Even though you're enthusiastic. So, okay, here's the thing. If you're enthusiastic, what you need to do is you need to post to the subreddit. So that is how, you know, I'm not going to do proof of work of what you can post, of what you can provide, what value you can do, and that will be the things that I will reward. And that's what I'll do. And so that's what I want to do here. And so we are going to be, so let's just make sure the settings are correct. We need, like, good settings here. Okay, we don't even have an auto mod yet. And so that's what we're going to be doing. All post types. Okay, so all post types are allowed right now. So we're good right now. We're going to keep it like this for now. We might have, like, a harassment filter. So there's got to be like there's a
Wait, he's trying to set up this whole alternative to live stream fails, right? Where he's the ultimate dictator and no one can remove him from his seat of power. He's setting this all up. What if you wanted to get mods and set this up? Wouldn't you have had like pre set up? Like, why are you doing this live? What? Why are you doing this live? You set this up all the way first, and then like, okay. This is so crazy.
It's fine. It's fine. But
my political view is dystopian. Oh, dude. Oh my god. Oh, dude. All this is gonna happen is it's going to get fucking just trolls spamming about him. That's all that's gonna happen, dude. That's it. I don't know why the fuck you thought that this would be a good idea. All that's gonna happen is that you're just gonna get. This is how I know that your sense of lol cows are self-aware is total bullshit. Because you inherently doing this means that you're not aware that you're a lol cow. You're just not, because you're setting up a fucking alternative to live stream fails because you got so salty that you lost your mod status in the live stream fail subreddit. You made a stupid video that got mocked for a week, and now you're creating a fucking alternative where you're the supreme dictator and nobody can fucking remove you, and it's all for you. And the first thing you do as soon as you encourage people to please post here into my totally not an alternative to live stream fails is get this shit. This is how I know you're not self-aware. Because it's like, what did you expect to happen, dude? Especially since you won't shut the fuck up about how funny your video is because of how ironic it is and how the internet just doesn't get your layers of irony or whatever the fuck. Like, this is an entirely self-inflicted issue. See, here's the reason why people consider this guy a lol cow, I think. Is because there's an obvious critique of, like, his actions as the moderator of live stream fails. He abused his powers, he promoted a scam, and because of his own actions resulting in the consequence that he got removed. Now, most people would just move on, normal people anyway, would move on with their lives, and just do something else after that. But lolcows will just continually self-inflict. And this is continuous self-infliction of the issue of how he got in this position to begin with. He is so attached to Reddit to a point that it's like, even if you remove me from live stream fails, I will continue to crawl back to this website even though it has objectively made my life a laughing stock. This a big part of lolcowdom, aside from my characteristics and the narcissism that keeps you in it, is the self-infliction of pain. It's the self-infliction of Lorlock with the 199, thank you. I'll make my own subreddit with blackjack mods. Dude, if your status of a lolco is established on Reddit, like, it's because of your actions associated with Reddit, and you continue to engage with Reddit, this is just going to keep happening. Stuff like this will just continue to happen to you, because it is a self-inflicted action. Like, you are continuing to post onto Reddit, despite the fact that the origins of your place of mockery is losing Reddit status, creating a video about how important Reddit is, and now establishing your own counter Reddit page where you can never get banished ever because you're just that bitter about the fact that you lost your mod status for promoting a scam. Like, this is self-infliction. This is complete self-infliction. If he wants to prove that he's not a lolco, even though I wouldn't classify him as such, but this is why people think it is, because he is continuing to not learn from his past actions. He is stagnant in Reddit. He is completely stagnant in Reddit. He needs Reddit. Like, it's so weird that he thinks that this is like his life energy, dude. It's crazy.
We need clips. Eventually.
Okay, hold on.
We need. I mean, look, if somebody, I'm not gonna trust any random chatter in here, and so if somebody has credentials, they'll have to show me on Twitter, right? They'll have to show me your Twitter account. It does. Okay. What should my bitrate be?
Oh, he's got to fix the
Is this-
lag. I'm not.
Is there something wrong with like your Twitter? Oh, fine. At a time. And so I'm not gonna be doing like, okay, people. I'm not gonna be doing the creator caucus thing at the moment, but I will be. I will be thinking about what to do. Okay, what else do we do? Okay, so we are. Okay, you're a frequent clipper. Well, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see. That's we're gonna be going through some of your posts. You're gonna have to. Okay, see. No, yeah. So you are a troll.
Oh my god. What did you expect was gonna happen, dude? What did he honestly, earnestly expect was going to happen? Your point of origin of this lolcoutum that you've received, your origin point of mockery is Reddit, and you keep crawling back to Reddit, and you just think that people are not gonna fucking troll you? Dude, people are watching you continue to peruse Reddit and create your own subreddit as like an alternative to livestream fails because you lost your position there, and you made this as like a dictatorial thing where you can't lose your mod status ever. People see right through this, right? People see right fucking through this. This is so obviously somebody who is so bitter about this removal of his thing. Oh, he posted an X thing? Did he post a... Oh, is it just like follow me on Twitter? I wonder if he posted... He must have made an announcement. No, this is... No. Weird. Oh, boy. Okay, whatever. But no, people see right through this. They see right through this. Like, and they're trolling you, obviously. Like, it is, you know. I know a lot of real nice Queeman fans. Dude. Listen, it's so crazy. Because it's like, what did you expect was going to happen? Like, earnestly. They realize that this is like your addiction and now you're committing more self-infliction, and so they're going to make it worse by trolling the shit out of you on the thing that you're obviously so emotionally attached to. Like, this is crazy. This is actually crazy. Someone asked for his Twitter. Oh, okay, whatever.
We gotta... Okay, people trolling a little bit. My, Okay. What do we do now? Call Hutch? I would talk to Hutch. I don't know if he knows who I am, though.
Dude, oh god. I don't...
At the federal level.
In what way? I mean,
I'm asking you. You said I had a bad understanding of civics.
Okay, so he's talking to somebody already.
Then you can just say what the difference...
I'll talk to him. Yeah, Hutch is a great person to get on board. So if he has a mod, if Hutch has like a mod or something that could then post clips to the subreddit, I'll do it.
Okay, well, I want to move on to listening. As a DC fan, looking at this man looks like a balding incel cousin of Riddler is hilarious. I mean, dude. Alright, I'm going to move on from this because I don't think... I mean, the real annoying part about Stale, really, and I mean this with all sincerity, I'm not the best streamer ever, as you guys are very well aware. But I just... I understand that I'm very hyperbolic because I think that that's what makes me funny. In reality, I'm probably the most unfunny person in the world. Stale is just really boring to watch, especially live. His videos are boring, which is why you have to, you know, speed him up. It's like, yeah, I'm bored. I want to move on to Smokey, and that's what I'm going to do. Well, there's my stupid face. Hi. Oh my god, no, he would definitely be cousins like the Joker. Okay. Let's move on to Smokey's video. We're not gonna watch him live anymore. I'm bored and I want to eventually end this stream. We're almost at the 4-hour mark. I want to... Oh god, it's 20 fucking minutes. Alright, let's just get it over with.
Reddit is the third largest website in the United States, and yet it doesn't feel like it. Not culturally, not structurally, not in terms of influence. For a platform this large, Reddit should be shaping global conversations daily. Instead, it feels passive. Scroll, upvote, leave. And that's not just a platform.
Well, yeah, because it's fucking Reddit, dude. And that's why him starting up his own counter Reddit is so funny to me, because it's like, he treats this platform so seriously. And as a YouTuber, even I don't take YouTube that seriously. Someone brought up CC and my autism activated.
Problem. It's a leadership problem. So who are the creators of Reddit? When we think of creators, we normally think of YouTubers, streamers, and influencers. But on Reddit, the most powerful creators aren't posters, it's moderators.
I feel like I'm the only person still talking about this guy. This is stale, and about a month ago...
I am too, brother. I am too. This is like my hyperfixation. This guy fucking cracks me up.
Went viral for his video where he said that Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities, and since that has happened, he has dug his feet in, stayed 10 toes down, and remained firm in that belief, especially with this...
Oh yeah. Yep. I mean, the fact that he is creating his own counter Reddit means that he truly is putting like all of his fucking eggs into Reddit, like all the eggs in one basket, but his basket is Reddit. Like, it's so fucking crazy.
New video he put out where he says that the best kind of content creators are moderators themselves. How? I don't fucking know. I guess by banning
how do moderators create content that makes them the top users of that website? They don't create content themselves. They just moderate and delete what content gets to stay and what gets to go. What how does that make them like top content creators on the website? The fuck?
You make content more enjoyable. His talking points and his arguments never really make much sense until you realize that this is a man who is obsessed with the platform Reddit as a whole. He took his position as moderator of the subreddit livestream fails as a major badge of honor, and ever since being kicked from that position, the only thing he can seemingly talk about to no end is Reddit, and how Reddit can improve, and how moderators on Reddit can be pushed further into doing a better job. And it'll show you that that's
And I don't understand why. I really don't. Like, I guess if I were to put it into like perspective, right? I'm a YouTuber. I love YouTube. I love posting things to this. I'm streaming on it right now. If I didn't love it, obviously I wouldn't be streaming right now. I love this platform, and I complain about it a lot because I do want to make it better, and I do want to improve the platform, like get rid of all the AI bullshit, obviously, moderation, have things not be through an automated system, and then have like a support system that doesn't require you to @Team YouTube on fucking Twitter. I think that system's fucking stupid. I think we need to go back to it being accessible on their own fucking platform, and you can't use a separate platform just to get in contact with them to help them with an issue. It's fucking stupid. And if I view it in that way, then Stale's arguments and his fucking philosophy and how he views Reddit doesn't sound that dumb, right? Because it's like, dude, if we're talking about, like, his obsession with the Reddit the way that I view YouTube, YouTube is something that I love and cherish, and I want it to get better, and I want it to be better. And so I, too, would probably be making videos that the type of videos he's making, where I would passionately argue what would make the platform better, you know what I mean? If I put it in the perspective of, like, myself into his shoes of, instead of Reddit, it's YouTube, yeah, I get it. I do. But at the same time, the reason why a lot of people are passionate about YouTube, love YouTube, and love creating on this platform is because there's a real reward incentive. There is a tangible, thing you can measure of success on YouTube, where on Reddit, it's an open source where people can just, throw up their opinions on a piece of paper and hand it in, and like, your only reward is what? Credit, like Reddit karma, and it's like, that's not tangible to anything, The moderators are not creators, they're yeah, it's so weird. Like, and the reason why people are passionate about YouTube is because it's fun being a YouTuber. It's not fun being a fucking Redditor. You have so many negative stereotypes that this guy fulfills all of them, including the look. And it's like, it's not fun being a YouTuber. Not a YouTuber. It's fun being a YouTuber. It's not fun being a Redditor. Like, there's tangible measurements to the success of being a YouTuber, and it's the fact that YouTube is such a open platform. You can kind of create whatever the fuck you want. You can do what I'm doing and stream about randos on the internet, or you can make a art streams like Maddie Abraham, go subscribe by the way, Maddie A, and do art streams all the time and like show off your art, or you can like be a cosplayer content creator and like show off your cosplay build or whatever. There's so many things you can do that is creative and shows off your talents on YouTube, especially in video format, you know? And now with the community tab, you can do it in posting it there and kind of garner something, even though it's not as like significant as say posting it on like X, Twitter, fucking Instagram, whatever. But YouTube, at least you can put it in a consumable format like a live stream or like a video, because a lot of people like watching videos on their free time or whatever it may be, or listening to something like a podcast or something. Podcast content is great on YouTube also, both the visual format and like the listening format. I just don't see Reddit serving that purpose. I think why I'm so lost on this Echo the 99, thanks to you. I think the reason why I'm so lost on this concept is purely on the basis that like when I view YouTube, I think of it as such a big creative outlet where you can really create content about fucking anything, and it's garnered that reputation, right? Whereas Reddit is subcategorized to shit, where there's a subreddit for everything. And you think that that would make it in equal footing to YouTube, but in reality, it's like, it's really not, you know? I especially since there's just no tangible reward to being a Redditor. There really isn't. So why would anyone be passionate about wanting to be a Redditor? It's so odd.
Stereotypical Reddit mod meme, or like just the joke you see around of how Reddit mods take their shit way too seriously, it's real in Stale's case. All he cares about is the betterment of modship. What? Why? And when I was making this video, I thought Stale was just a dude obsessed with Reddit and there wasn't much more there, until I clicked on one of his live streams. And from the second I got there, he was making this argument about how if you are a victim of a situation like drunk driving, you need to take responsibility for your own actions. It was a really weird argument for this guy to be making.
Huh? What? Why is my oh, the goal ended before. Oh, that's why. I didn't realize that the goal had ended that soon. Hold on. I see. I was just like, why is that not budging? It's because it ended a long time ago. You know what? It's fine. it's whatever. Let's see. I don't remember where we were at. I feel like we had a couple of things. You know what? I'm just gonna play bubbles anyway because you guys deserve it, because this is hurting my brain. This is what you get for hurting your brain with me. Congratulations. Thank you. I feel like it's only pertinent that we blow bubbles at you with this sound clip, because it's been the reset of the stream thus far. As per usual, we shall get bubbles with the sound of the screaming sun for Rick and Morty for 10 hours as I spray that in your face. Congratulations, chat, for melting my brain with me in this post-ironic world. Hold on, I'm not done. Lorlock with the 5. Imagine your parents' face when you tell them you want to be a Reddit mod when you grow up. Thank you. On my end, it ended at a 7 out of 10. Pretty sure we got it 3 after that. Well, thank you. I appreciate somebody who's paying attention. Anyways, I want to see this stupid argument, so let's get to it here.
But he was so flabbergasted that myself and the 2 other people in his chat weren't resonating with this. We weren't understanding where he was coming from. And I'll show you this later on. It's just a fucking mess with Stale. But before we get to that, I want to give a big shout out to today's sponsor. My friends, the sponsor of today's video is the Ghost.
Yeah, make your bag.
Keep your
no.
These data protect you. saying that Reddit should be rewarding their moderators for enforcing rules better. I guess like more bans equals more whatever Reddit gives you, and that's such a dangerous precedent to set. Like, hey, if you notice someone saying something even remotely wrong in Reddit's eyes, ban them, get them gone. And if you have like 2,000 bans at the end of the month, you get put on a nice leaderboard with a star next to your name. That's the
I don't know if he was making that argument, but that would be really funny if it is. Like, Reddit moderators need like a what do they call that for police officers where they need to ticket a certain amount of tickets? They need to meet a ban quota. And then they're getting rewarded for meeting the ban quota. That would be actually really fucking keynote.
idea this guy wants to put out there. It really seems like this guy's whole idea on how to make a platform better, like no matter what it is more moderation. And it's like, if you're looking at this through the goggles of like the CEO of Reddit or someone who owns one of these big platforms, you're probably trying to get more people to come to your app, not trying to kick more people off of it. But I don't know, Stale knows better than I do, and he knows better than we all do. So let's all take a seat and listen to the crazy Reddit mod.
It's kind of like a crazy authoritarian take too. Like more moderation, more banishment, more, being extremely harsh on your banishment thing is like better. And like he already called his new alternative Reddit to live stream fails. He's already called that like a dictatorship. So like it really is just like a power tripping thing. Come on.
Tell us how Reddit can do better. And if you don't care about this topic, neither do I, but it's still funny seeing this guy, seeing him care about it this much.
Moderators decide what survives, what gets removed, what tone is allowed, what culture form, what events happen, whether a subreddit evolves or stagnates. A subreddit is not a feed. It is a designed environment, and moderators are its designers. The problem, most moderators don't act like creators. They act like referees. Or worse, all
well, because they're not creators. Is his new argument at this point of that fucking Reddit mods are creators? Because that doesn't make any sense either, because they're not! They don't fucking create shit! What are we talking about? Ah!
They enforce rules, they remove spam, they lock threads, but very few actively build culture.
In what way is a Reddit mod going to help build culture? Culture? That's not... Reddit doesn't even have... Well, Reddit does have a culture, and people like you are a very good spitting image of what people perceive Reddit to be. But moderators are not designers. They're people who are there to make sure that the content that's coming in, the content that people are posting on your page, is up to your guys' values and what you want posted on there. That's it. Nothing more.
Oh, this is the live stream right here. Hold on.
And he was just going on this tirade about drunk driving, and I was just stunned. Like, I didn't expect Stale to have opinions like this, but he's a pretty strange guy, isn't it, Stale?
And then when that happens, saying it's the drunk driver's fault doesn't bring you back to life. You're still dead. So if you don't want to die, if you don't want to get killed, be careful. That's the recommendation. Like, do people understand? I think this is like a very... do people not understand this example? I think I like laid this out like very super clearly. Like can somebody else see if you understand this drunk driving example? Yeah, and so well, no, it's an analogy. It's an analogy, dude. Do you know what an analogy is?
Echo with the 199. He looks like sentient butter, dude. Wait, what is the analogy? If you... Okay, hold on. Let me see if I got this correctly. His fucking argument here is you get hit by a drunk driver, but blaming the drunk driver doesn't bring you back to life. You're still dead. So take personal responsibility for the fact that you're not more careful. Is that it? Because that doesn't make any fucking sense. Because first of all, if there are people driving on the road who are intoxicated, how can you be more careful? I guess you could be more careful by not driving next to them, but how do you know that they're drunk until it's too late, until they've smashed into your car because they're inebriated? How can you, as a driver who's just... I'm not a driver because I don't drive because I'm paranoid as fuck, and also I don't have any means or funds to be able to take driving lessons and afford a car. But I even know this from the brief stint I had learning how to drive, is that your responsibility as the driver is to safely not bother other drivers around you and get to point A to point B, and not be a hindrance to anyone else around you, right? How the fuck is it inherently, if you are following that principle of being a respectful driver, getting to point A to point B without breaking any of the road rules that put you in danger, how the fuck? What would make you more safe if there's a drunk driver on the road? What would make you more safe? Please enlighten me, Stale, of what would possibly be not driving next to them? Sure, but how do you know that they're not drunk until they are, like, swerving into you? By then, it's already too late. I guess you could see, like, from ahead of time, but a lot of drunk driving, like, people who are struck by drunk drivers don't know that they're inherently drunk until it's too late. Like, this, what, and also, he's saying it's an analogy? Analogy to what? What is it an analogy to? I don't understand. Hold on. Can I rewind back to... Okay.
Means a whole lot to you. And who am I to say that, you know, this shouldn't mean a lot to the guy? Maybe Reddit's his whole life. This is his opinion. He deserves to have it out there. It's not like he's giving crazy opinions like saying that if you get in an accident and get hit by a drunk driver, then it's your fault, right? Because he'd never do that. I spoiled it at the beginning of the video. He definitely did that. And I was looking through YouTube for something to watch the other night, and Stale's own live stream popped up. So I hopped in there. He was playing, like, I think World of Warcraft, and he was just going on this tirade about drunk driving. And I was just stunned. Like, I didn't expect Stale to have opinions like this, but he's a pretty strange guy, is this Stale.
And then when that happens, saying it's the drunk driver's fault doesn't bring you back to life. You're still dead. So if you don't want to die, if you don't want to get killed, be careful. That's the recommendation.
Okay, but why did you die to a drunk driver? How did you die? The guy got drunk, he got inebriated, he got behind a vehicle that, basically when you operate a vehicle, it can become a makeshift weapon if you're using it to, like, ram into people, and then you're dead, right? Saying that it's the drunk driver's fault is not, like, some sort of jab at the drunk driver to bring you back to life. It's acknowledging that his reckless endangerment, which is what drunk driving is, got a person killed, and acknowledging the truth of that. Just because it doesn't bring that person back to life doesn't mean that acknowledging that makes it less wrong. This is so weirdly contrarian. I don't know what the fuck. Blaming the person who died to a drunk driver is a weird fucking take, bro. And I don't even know what the analogy is for.
I think this is like a very... Do people not understand this example? I think I like laid this out like very.
No,
simply.
I don't.
Like can somebody
else
see if you understand this drunk driving example? Yeah.
Okay, but I need the drunk driving. I guess I need the context before to like what led up to this for me to understand the analogy. But
so well, no, it's an analogy. It's an analogy, dude. Do you know what an analogy is? So
yeah, to what?
In this example, there's harm, right? But like you understand the concept that if you're the one harmed, you need to take responsibility for your own life. Like,
not if somebody is being recklessly endangering around you. Like, if you're perfect, if you're doing nothing but minding your own damn business, and somebody comes up to you and just randomly stabs you, you should have been like, why were you standing there to get stabbed? Why weren't you, like, barricading in your home away from, like, the dangers and the horrors of the world? This just seems like it's your own fault. It sounds like you were just bringing this onto yourself. What the fuck? What the actual fuck is going on? Like, what? Somebody's reckless endangerment and random act of violence or like stupidity that ends up getting you hurt should not be your fault. That is their fault because they're being the destructive person. What the fuck? How is that? Okay.
Or you should take. What I'm saying is you take responsibility for things that harm you.
Then why don't you? I'm saying by just watching your previous that Reddit is an inherent self-infliction of this mockery that you're getting online. Every time you engage with Reddit, you talk about Reddit in this sincerity and this seriousness. Every time that you say this stuff like Reddit moderators should be the top content creators kind of thing. Every time you say stuff, thank you, Echo with the 5, I appreciate you. Sentient Butter is smoking something to make this dude. But every time that you are, you know, engaging in Reddit, which is the source of all of this mockery that you're getting now, it's like, then you take responsibility for your own mockery at that point. If you're still engaging with the platform that has inherently documented you being an idiot and like taking this shit too seriously. Even people who are Redditors, frequent Redditors, do not take Reddit as seriously as this guy. That's the crazy part. Is that even frequent Redditors are like, nah. But like, Reddit is the source, I believe, of this person's destructive, reputational lolcowdom on the internet. It's the fact that he keeps continuing to engage in Reddit, glaze Reddit, and kind of pose it as this platform of great importance, right? And the fact that he's doing that inherently hurts him because then he gets more mockery. Then he gets more people who are just like, you're a stereotypical Reddit mod. You look like a Reddit mod. And all it does is result in more mockery, which inherently harms him and his ego, which it clearly does. And so if his analogy is take responsibility for like not being able to prevent harm, then you need to take responsibility for still engaging with Reddit and glazing it like you do, when all it does is mock you. When all it does is get you plastered on the internet as a giant fucking lolcow. It's self-infliction. This is incomplete self-infliction. But the drunk driver analogy doesn't work, because a drunk driver is somebody who's making a stupid, dumb fucking decision and hurting the people around them, and to blame the people hurt around them for this person's individual stupid decision doesn't make any goddamn sense. By your own logic, then you have to blame yourself for your own lolcowdom. Imagine the MLP jar guy getting paid for his legacy. God. Oh, God.
No, I don't think I get it. It's how are you supposed to take responsibility for somebody else's decision? Well, let's go back to the drunk driving example. All right?
Please don't.
You should take responsibility for your own life, because it's yours. It's your life. And so the way.
Okay, but if somebody makes a dumbass decision like being inebriated behind a car, and then crashes into you, how are you responsible for that person's dumb decision to get inebriated behind the wheel and then kill you with their car? This doesn't make any goddamn sense.
You take responsibility for your own life in the drunk driving example, is that on New Year's evening, on New Year's, this is a time when lots of drunk drivers are out, you should be pretty careful. You should be careful when you're driving. You should be careful when you're crossing the streets. You should be careful around other cars. Because there's like a 50...
Or, alternatively, those people shouldn't drink and drive. It's already illegal to do Jesus.
50 chance that somebody on New Year's Eve is drunk driving. And so that's what it means to take responsibility for your own life. Is if you care about not getting killed by the drunk driver, those are recommendations of things that you can do to reduce risk of harm against you, even though, you know, it is technically the other person's fault for killing you and being a drunk driver.
You know what's so fucked up about this argument is that he could easily use this, trade out drunk driving for rape. You could, if you care about your own life, you would avoid being raped by not wearing certain clothes that might get deemed sexual attraction, not going out to bars and getting drunk with your friends, not talking to men, not engaging with men at all. Do you see how that can you see how that this whole flipping it onto the victims of the actions of the perpetrator who's causing harm could easily be applied to other things that cause harm and sound equally as fucking insane? Genuinely speaking, though, his analogy is just completely wrong, because someone who drunks drive is at fault fully and not the guy who got hit. No, exactly. You can, you literally cannot protect yourself from someone else being drunk. No, that's so true. Like, I don't understand that, dude. I don't understand this analogy at all, because it's like, take personal responsibility for putting yourself in danger. Dude, if I'm driving, my main goal and my objective is to get to point A to point D safely and not bother anybody else and mind my business. If somebody who's a drunk driver decides to get drunk and get their ass behind a wheel like an asshole and then crashes into me, I shouldn't have gone, well, darn. Shit, I shouldn't have drove tonight. Shit. I should have known that shit-faced McGee was gonna get behind the fucking wheel and hit me tonight. If I had used my critical thinking skills, opened my third eye to look into the future to see shit-faced McGee decide to drink and pick up his car keys, I would have just stayed indoors. What is this? What is this?
It's technically their fault. This is such a weird argument. And as somebody in his chat had said, he's comparing the scam that he posted inside the subreddit that he moderated for, the scam that got him banned. And he's saying, you gotta take responsibility for your own actions. These people who clicked on it, yeah, it was definitely stale. It was definitely a bad move on Stale's part posting it, but come on now, like, you lost your money. You're dead. You gotta just take...
That's even worse of a comparison then. He's saying that him promoting a scam to the subreddit and people clicking onto it is like if someone dies to a drunk driver, well, that person who died to the drunk driver should take personal responsibility for getting hit by a drunk driver. This is a piss poor analogy. How do you come up with this stuff, dude? How the fuck does this happen? Wait, hold on. Wait. Give me a second. Hold on. There. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why? Okay. Alright. How is this live stream going? Hold on. How is r/? Oh, we got some new stuff on the subreddit. You guys want to see the new stuff? We have Waste of Space posting this. I don't know what the fuck that was, and I feel uncomfortable. We have We Need Mods and Clippers and Stream. This is Sale himself. Oh my dude. Oh my god. We need mods for the subreddit. If you are an existing power user who frequently posts political clips, or you are a mod and editor of a political streamer, I want you to be on the mod team. And then someone's like, where are the comments? And it's... You know what, to use Dale's analogy, this is a self-inflicted thing. If he didn't want people to fucking talk about his balding comb over, he shouldn't have made r/political stream fail. Dude. Okay, what is is everyone just spamming creepy shit to fuck with him? That's actually really funny. This is the same thing. He also created r/sub alliance, and the same
this
thing
video
happened.
is dead.
And the same thing fucking happened. It's just people talking about him and his stupid fucking content. What is this? It says, I found a YouTube poop of the video. What is it?
But first, some background. I'm Brian. I was the CEO of Reddit before I was recently destroyed. I became a Reddit moderator for one reason, and that is because I smelled bad. In this video, I will go over why I shipped myself due to good faith mistakes that I believe were caused by a scam. I will end the video by masturbating in case Reddit does not solve this very serious mismanagement problem. Here's what happened. There was an announcement related to a game sense. The kicker here is that there was a grand prize of $20, supposedly. It sounded like the perfect type of content for a live stream fail. I mean, reality TV, game show, reality gaming, TV, gaming, live streaming, show, TV, streaming.
Okay, I get it. Anyway, but yeah, he created Sub Alliance, and now he's created this, and all it is just a bunch of people posting Jeff the Killer. Oh, the guy she tells you not to worry. What the fuck, dude? This looks AI It is. Fuck you and your AI. Why? What is happening? Oh, that is so funny. Oh, that is fantastic and awesome and great. Anyways, I meant to play this funny song. I am very, very sorry. Not in here. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. There we go. Hold on. Wait. Don't. No. Stop. Shut up. Here.
Drive it in my truck right after a beer. Hey, that bump is shaped like a deer. DUI, how about you die? I'll go 100 miles an hour. Little do you know, I filled up on gas. I'm a git, your fountain making ass. Pulverized as fuck with my carbon truck. It seems you're out of luck.
On the grass, one of its feet pops over the mask. You may have a speed, but I turn fast. I'll never get past. I just live the world, run the darkest founts, kill the little girl for the town. Give the world heavy on the crown, but I won't go down. Drop, but I am speed. 7 beers are all I need. I will lead. You repeat your drop, but I will be 7 beers, a pinch of weed. Fried, my brain I need. To proceed. Drive, but I am speed. 7 beers is all I need. Try, and I will lead. I bet you are peeing your pants. Drive, but I am speed. 7 beers, a pinch of weed. Fried, my brain, I need some more to proceed. Really hit that tree. Now I get up on my feet and try to flee. But I can't run, was it maybe all that weed? If I speak to them, maybe I'll be free. But I got guns, what happens if they my weed? Did I really just rhyme weed with weed?
Alright, listen. I can't be rusted. I'm like
the mountain king or some shit in the universe. And that deer has good powers. I'm doing the world a favor. Please, don't lock me up.
I just think the world thinks it's 30 years to life for that girl to be alive and me to miss my wife. Can't be in a cage, I'm all fire, gonna die. I've got a growing boy to raise, I need a butterscotch pie. I'm a star, how do you see? I can only cry and moan. There'll be a friend inside of me. If I drop the fucking soap, I just wanna go home. Wish I hadn't got a stone. Now I'm stuck behind bars while my wife is getting boned. K-Dot, I'll miss you.
Go see that dark fountain. Also, fuck Sans and its convenience store. Anyways, thank you, Lilith, for reminding me. Chat, I'm tired. Did I mention that my sleep schedule's fucked? I'm running on fumes. Okay, well, that was fun. In conclusion, I'm a bad rapper. I can't rap for shit. I don't know why I tried to do that. That was stupid. Guys, I need to sleep. My sleep schedule is really fucked up. I will, go to bed at around, now, actually. This is the time it would crash after editing all day. And then I'll wake up at, 12, and then I'll, do the whole thing all over again. And that's not a good idea. Anyway, thanks for being here. This was fun. This is a fun experience for everybody. I hope you all had a good time. Moral of the story, Reddit ain't that serious. And if you make a bad video once, either know how to use the notoriety of that bad video to your advantage or move the fuck on, Doug. Ah! Okay. Anyway, that's it. I will see you all later. I'm gonna go to bed. End of stream. Let's play some music. Play a proper send-off song. What do you guys think? Good stream, guys. That was fun. I appreciate everybody that decided to come out. It's been... Oh, why am I so stupid? Why am I so dumb? I will do this one. This is a good one to lay off of. Thank you guys for showing up. I will be trying to attempt to stream tomorrow. We're going to do Rock of Love tomorrow. I'm going to get that set up right now. And I will see you guys tomorrow for Rock of Love. I found a way to do it, and I'm gonna hope to God we don't get copyright claim. Thank you, Echo, for the donations, by the way. Thank you, everyone, for donating. It's been a pleasure being your entertainment for this evening. Thank you for showing up, despite the fact that my start time usually is now, at 5, but because my sleep schedule's been so fucked up. Yeah. We had to start a little early so that I could adjust for being so woozy. Let's finish the game, I guess. Let's play Samus's I Will Finish the Game to end off the stream. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. I'm gonna try to scout 6 whores. And the third one said, good night, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Building end up burning the business, man, a bankrupt. Priorities, they fucked up. Tell me what happened this month. $20, the situation got scary. What if we planted a tree for everybody we buried? Everything was on fire, but now we do it on purpose. The bigger picture is bullshit, and now nobody is working. We found the Emperor's clubhouse, and he got scared, so we clocked out. Not saying it was on purpose, but come on, guys, we know by now.
There'll be no darkness tonight. There'll be no.
I'm gonna go buy me a case of mezcal, 6 horse.
There'll be no lady.
I shall finish the game, Doc.
There'll be no lady our love. There'll be no lady our love. There'll be no darkness tonight.